can hear you, and we'll do all of our audio checks in a second, but I think everything looks good. So let's hear your great Walmart story.
Oh, I was at Walmart, and this lady was like, she like came to me and she's like, "Oh, are you Filipino?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not. I'm Vietnamese." And she's like, "Oh," she's like, "'Cause you look Filipino." I'm like, "That's great. I'm Vietnamese." And she's like, "Are you sure?"
What?
I'm like, I don't know.
Wait a minute. That obviously was somebody from the States visiting Canada, right?
No, she was, to be fair, she was Filipino as well, but she asked me if I was sure of my own ethnicity, and I was like, I don't know. I've been alive for like 31 years. I'm pretty sure it's the same.
And why would you say that, Terry? Like the U.S. does not have a corner on ignorance. Don't throw our nation out of the...
They literally do.
No, stop that. That is wrong.
That's wrong. But anyway, it was just, I just thought it was funny. I'm like, if you keep asking me, it might change. I don't know. Just
It might
change. Hey, good to see you, Sep, Monkey, and Chris. Good to see you, my friend.
I can tell you, so far, it has not.
Oh,
Okay.
good news. I'm shooting up on Tuesday.
Whoa.
All right, congratulations.
I get my vaccine on Tuesday.
Jay just got his.
Oh, nice.
Our first two people in chat are both named Chris. You got
Hi, Chris.
Sep Monkey Chris, and you got C Carson Chris. And then
We don't call Set Monkey Chris, just so you know. He goes by Wick.
Well, he goes by
Wick.
I think we can call him Wick, we can call him Chris, we can call him Set, we can call him Monkey, we can call him all the
John.
above.
Call him Monkey.
Good to see you, Josh. Iculus, that's Josh.
Been calling Wick since 2002. So
Okay, gotcha.
Wait, when? 2002.
yeah, that was before you were born, Josh.
No, it wasn't. Come on.
It was when he was still in diapers.
Yeah.
He was like 2 years old. Leave him alone.
Hey, Pat, good to see you. Hey, Roger,
18,
thanks for
still in
subbing.
diapers, though.
Appreciate the sub, my friend. And so, how do you and Wick then, as I shall call him, go back there?
We actually met each other working at a summer theater.
He's a props guy.
Yeah, Illinois Shakespeare Festival. He wasn't a props guy the first year I met him. First year I met him, he was a carpenter bug. And we have many stories we could tell that include bowling, karaoke, and beer.
Oh, I heard bullying.
Bowling, like
It's like
bowling,
bullying and
Bowling.
beer. I'm like,
No, bowling, karaoke, and beer. That's the true combo.
Try a mix.
Vivi.
Oh. Can't hear you, John.
You can't hear me.
Oh, now I can.
You cut out for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You,
Yeah. So the question was, Vivi, has anything changed? Are you still the same?
For what?
The being non-Filipino. You said you were checking on that Walmart lady, and that's still the case.
Actually, funny story. I'm eating an Asian pear right now, and the more I eat it, the more Filipino I feel. I don't know.
the Parapino.
I just like,
So-
if I feel it in my soul enough, my Asian ethnicity might change. I don't know.
So funny story there.
What's your funny story?
This goes way back to high school when I was a lifeguard. I was once also asked if I was Filipino.
Really?
Now you have to understand. This was the middle of summer. I tan really dark, like really dark. If I lifeguard for a summer, and I was down at the ocean front, and somebody came up to me because we have a large Filipino population in Virginia Beach. A very large, like third of my school was Filipino.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me if I was Filipino. I'm like, no, I'm just a Polish German guy who tans really damn well.
I think that's the same like me too. Like where I'm from in Winnipeg, we have a really high Filipino population.
Yep.
So I think like just by default, I think when people don't know what Asian people are, they usually just say that they always assume, like I get that more than anything. People always just assume that I'm Filipino. And I'm like, no, I'm not. It's just a kicker when they're like, "Are you sure?"
Yeah,
like,
that's.
I don't know what. Yeah, how am I supposed to answer that? Like,
Why is such a strange question? Like, are you sure you know who you are?
are you sure
Now-
you know?
Truth be told, I wish I was Filipino because I would have really enjoyed Filipino food over terrible German food growing up. So Because I love Filipino food. My best friend in middle and high school is Filipino, and her mom made the best lumpia in the world.
I made pad see ew today for dinner. Ooh, so good. And I made fried rice yesterday.
All right, we have Rory coming in. Hello, all of our Mad Chatters. Good to see you. And yes, we're talking all things food and a great story that Vivi told about an encounter she had in the mall.
Story.
And
Yes, adobo is delicious. Excellent. I love adobo. Vietnamese people actually have something that's very similar to adobo, which is really good too. You eat it with rice.
So
I
you
feel
should.
like, is that just my problem? I feel like I always start the streams when we always talk about food.
No, listen. Next time, rather than sending me Canadian food, can you send me Vietnamese food?
Yeah, seriously, lumpia, please.
That's not. That's not.
I know
Vietnamese,
that's Filipino, but
you just
she
called
said
her
she could make it.
Filipino.
She is Filipino. Aren't you Filipino?
I
I
am.
thought we were just going over this. But please make me
Yes,
some
I want to
lumpia.
cook for you guys so bad. Like when we all get together, I'm gonna cook a big old meal.
I
Big old meal.
look forward to that.
I'll make
I actually
some
was
good
joking
enchiladas.
around last week. I was joking around and I made sweet and sour pork, ginger beef, fried rice, and beef broccoli udon. And I went to the dollar store and bought all like foil packaging, and I was delivering them to my friends. And I wrote Phoebe's Vietnamese restaurant on it.
That's awesome.
I didn't get a tip, by the way. I was very disappointed. Ridiculous.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and kick off our pre-roll here as we have folks pop in. We got a big night tonight. Of course, I think by now everyone knows the news. If you're popping in late, you can gather it from the title of the show, Greyhawk Awakening, Episode 35, Fare Thee Well. And it was a busy week last week. Lots of travel, but glad to be here. Been looking forward to this all week. Also been dreading it. You know, we talked about this a little bit on Lore Masters Arcanum. Thank you again to Evelyn for running most of that show as I was fighting traffic to get home. You crushed it. It was a lot of fun. And of
She
course,
totally crushed it.
I know she did. And the topic was, oh, hey, good to see you, AAA. Yeah, I hope you can as well. Sorry to hear you're struggling with the flu. And Tim said he looks forward to winning the new characters class competition identification. We shall see, my friend. I will tell everyone this. Hang on here. Let me turn this down just a bit. I will tell you this, that the winner, there was someone that guessed. The correct title was listed in the Discord. And the individual that listed it, I believe, is already in chat tonight. I'll just say I believe because I don't want anyone to be too sure of who they are or might be, but the winner is in chat or is on stream tonight with us, and they guessed last night, so we will see how that unfolds. Yeah, Evelyn was
Winner
awesome.
is me, because I guess half-elf swashbuckler.
Named Billy.
Billy Jr.
Shout out as always
You're
to.
welcome, everybody.
Her name is Lily, actually.
Oh.
In denial.
Yeah. And okay, all right. So Pat Draws has spoken. Pat, in a noble effort from the Mad Chatters, tried to provide that restoration to Millie. Of course, it was in the midst of the critical blow being delivered, in which case nothing short of a fate chip can alter that. But his credit still exists, and so he has asked that those unused bits go to your new character. So
Awesome.
that's a nice way to start out.
Yeah.
Her character is a steam-powered automaton rogue named Millierda.
Nice, I love that.
As always, shout out to Anna B. Meyer, her gorgeous map, and I forget my Fiverr artist that helped me create this this animation version of it, but he did a great job too. And the music is custom music for Blue Box as well. And this wicked cool map. And that's pretty much where you guys are right now, right at the crosshairs of the Kron and the Lort Mills. You've been mostly there. You did have a brief foray into the Sea of Dust for our virtual Greyhawk Con session.
Hey, Hey, John, real quick question. Do my advantages that I had left over from Millie transfer over, or do they stay with Millie?
I'm afraid those advantages. Well, I'm really kind of conflicted on that because one, they really shouldn't carry over, but two, I don't want viewers to feel like their contributions go to waste. So send me a Discord as to how many she had. I may find a way to perhaps just redistribute those among the rest of the party. I don't want our viewers to ever feel like that just goes to waste, but it would not make sense for those to automatically go to your new character.
Like divvying up the gold.
Yeah. All right, quickly, let's get
her body clean of her advantages.
Quickly through our sponsors.
I don't want 'em.
Dragon Crafting Guild. Available exist here at Blue Box, and I may have a special giveaway for that upcoming here, and in fact I'll tell you what it is in a minute. Then let's go to Frederica Draws and her artwork on display, not only with the giveaway, but we have new character artwork coming, of course, and she's been working with Millie and I all this week, and we'll be debuting that artwork next week. You might see a draft of it today. And then Mantic Games, makers of all things cool, all kinds of books and systems, and of course Terrain Crate, which is a lot of the material that we use here at Blue Box, and we use them for giveaways. We love our friends over at Mantic Games. Cozy Gamer Dice, beautiful dice, and such happy dice. Such a sound contrast to the hard headbanging of DCG, but her dice are gorgeous, and her Etsy shop absolutely is up. Check her out. Help our sponsors. And then our newest sponsor, Mike Disney at Art of Mike Disney. And he streams all the time with amazing stuff. And actually, we have a giveaway from him tonight that we'll be showing. And with all that said, guess what? People can see you now. Everybody say hi to our viewers. And thank you to our subs already, and welcome to what is sure to be a fun and always potentially deadly, but also potentially emotional. We'll see what happens tonight. Blue Box, this is Greyhawk Awakening session number 35, and I'll tell you something about that. It is so amazing a little bit later in the stream when I show you something that someone has done. And then a big thanks again to Vivi, our own Lilith, who gave us all these cool Canadian snacks. I've been snacking on them. I'm going to try the ketchup chips on stream today, and I'll give my review. And then also, of course, she made these amazing Wayward Bolt necklaces. We gave one of these away last week, and I have one for myself. Oh, I should be wearing my shirt today. I'm not wearing my shirt. I'll wear it for sure next week. But we're not going to give away another one of these tonight. We only have one more for a giveaway, so I'm going to save this for a special occasion, but I will don said necklace tonight. And then just really cool fire giant that she gave us. I showed it on stream last week. And then, of course, thank you for all the fan art. We're going to show a couple pieces of fan art here on stream tonight. I probably just totally blew out your ears on my mic. All right, so with all that said, we have a lot to get through. We have two giveaways tonight. Well, one for sure and one potentially. First of all, we have an Overgored print from Mike Disney, our sponsor. Look at this guy. A signed Overgored print. And we're going to give one of these away tonight. These are, of course, part of the new Reaper Bones series. So this artwork, which actually was created live on stream for Mike, he was chatting with some of his own viewers, and they came up with the idea for a beholder that was based on pumpkins. And from that, while live on stream, the Overgored was created, picked up by Reaper, and it's becoming a phenomenon. BGE, Big Gourd Energy, and we're going to give that away tonight. Then also, we are pushing to hit 100 viewers, and I don't know when that's going to happen. It's going to happen. Now, we've done it a couple of times, I think 3 times here on Blue Box, but it's always, thank you so much for the sub boys, 1977. We We've hit it a couple of times on special cons. We've hit it. We hit it in a virtual Greyhawk con. We hit it in Underdark Uprising. I think I hit it in one other con or similar thing before. But we thank you so much. Honor first. Oh, Patrick, I'm just about to talk about you. Tonight, there are really two things at stake here. One, when we hit 100 viewers on a regular stream, not a con stream, and we've been in the 90s, three times, so we're not far off. When we hit 100 viewers, I will be forced to wear the most obnoxious dinosaur shirt. It's already been ordered by Captain Cade, also my wife, and it is sitting upstairs taunting me every time I walk past it. I'm going to have to wear that. I agreed to it in the Mad Chatter Discord. But then also tonight, if we hit 100, I'll be giving away this Treasures of Greyhawk, this beautiful book. This is a reprint from a group called Lightning Source, which is actually here in Tennessee, and it is a gift from Patrick, Canadian Ancient Gamer. He has sent several of these to both Jay and I, and it is full of all kinds of cool items that you can put into any setting. I mean, this is obviously made for Greyhawk, but I don't care what you're playing. There is wonderful content in here for anyone that wants to play with some really neat items, dungeons, just very, very cool stories in here. The Treasures of Greyhawk. This will be, if we hit 100 tonight, this will be our second giveaway. And then when we hit our 1,000 sub, my last bit here, when we hit our 1,000 sub, pardon me, would that be nice, 1,000 subs? Our 1,000th follower, and I think we're in the 960s, somewhere in there. When we hit our 1,000th follower, I am going to give away my last in inventory Dragon Crafting Guild dice tray. And this is a tray I was going to keep for myself. It was my favorite tray that he's ever made. It was inspired. Thank you for the hype train. Hey, Robert, Striker Dan. It was inspired by Vivi. It's the Beholder tray, and it is this Beholder tray that he made. It is so wicked cool. The color combinations, the artwork on it. It is even prettier than hers. And I was going to keep this. I was going to make this my main tray. But when we Thank you. Level 3 hype train, let's go. But we will, when we hit 1,000 followers, I'm going to give this guy away. And it's going to break my heart. And that is, as far as I know, the last DCG tray you'll be able to get for some time, as his work life has absolutely consumed him. Thank you again, Patrick. So we've got those giveaways, all that stuff. Let's jump right into what happened last time. And then we'll do character introductions. And of course, what happened last time, I think, is pretty obvious to everybody, but let's try to keep it as tight as we can for sake of time. And tell us what happened last time.
All right, so when we started off last time, Millie was immediately completely destroyed by the Umbra Hulk that we had been facing. Her arm was broken in multiple places, an artery was severed, and she was smashed against a wall. A little more combat proceeded forward with the Umbra Hulk, with both Lilith and Brim still confused, but Shorwen made a couple of good strikes against him, and Gimbal's magic, his major image spell, actually was the final thing that pushed the Umbra Hulk away, sending it fleeing out through the hole, and Gimbal, the hole in the cave, and Gimbal actually pushed it as close as he could to the hole, the magic spell as close as he could to the hole to keep the Umbra Hulk from coming back. Brim and Lilith, once Brim's confusion ended, they grappled for a bit. When Lilith's confusion finally wore off, Shorwen scooped up Millie and started charging with her back towards where the ghost dwarves were, because he had remembered that they had healed him, so he thought perhaps that they could heal her too. With Brim and Lilith following right behind him. Gimbal warned Shorwen of the traps ahead as he took off to the left because he had sent some magic in another room further down the hallway. As Shorwen crossed the first trap that was closest to where the Umbra Hulk was, that one did not, nothing happened. He was able to pass over it. However, when he made it back to the pit of spikes, that dropped away, and he and Millie dropped into the spike pit. Brim came up and tried to help as much as possible, but he and Shorwen couldn't quite figure out the best way to get Shorewin and Millie out of the pit. So Lilith actually came to the rescue with a really, really clutch stone shape, where she turned the trap door actually into a ramp, and was then Shorewin and was able to lift Millie's body to Brim and climb himself out of the hole as well. Then the three of them, carrying Millie's body, made their way into the chamber with the dwarves. Shorewin demanded that the dwarves help her. They told her that they could not. So at that point, Shorewin laid down his sword and shield next to on either side of Millie, while Lilith Bear was actually laying on the ground next to Millie. And as Shorewin started walking away, Lilith signaled that he should not leave her body there, so he picked her up but left his weapons behind. Lilith Bear picked up the sword, and Brim, Shorewin, and Lilith went back down the hallway. At this point, Gimbal had rejoined them. He had found a bag of holding within a pile of dung that he dug through. But yes, so the four of them then continued back out of the cave, rejoined the horses. They allowed them to warm up a little bit in the opening of the cave at first. Everyone rested for a few moments, dealt with their grief in their own ways, with Lilith changing back into herself as she roared and screamed as the transformation was taking place. Brim actually prayed for Millie's sake to both Zodal and Hieronius. Then once they had all had an opportunity to warm up, Shorewin mounted Winston. The others got Millie's body into the cart, with Lilith tucking Millie in and perfuming her like she has many times before, also ripping out the entire hearts of the audience, and making everybody cry. Then the party, Gimbal was trying to give Lilith some words of reassurance as the party set off with their fallen comrade in the cart, and Brim following in the rear, with Shorewin leading the way about 50 yards ahead. And that is where we left off last time.
Yeah, well done. And there's been some comments on the artwork. I want to go through that real quickly and then also make sure we're catching all the advantages. So anonymously, we were given 500. I'm going to assume that was for the players and not for the DM. That may be wrong. So let's give each of the players an advantage. Also, we had an advantage. We had 5 from Phantom, so that's 2. Pat Draws gave 1 to Shorewin. Thank you, Pat. And that's Pat's artwork we're looking at right there. And then also we had 1 up above for Squeaks.
Oh.
Yep, Canadian Ancient Gamer.
Pat gave 1 to Squeaks as well, an Ancient Gamer. So make sure you catch all of those. And thank you, everybody. Level 4 Hype Train, outstanding. We appreciate it. And with the artwork, you notice with Pat's here, there are paw prints and hand prints. And I was really trying to figure this out, because you got the big one here. That's obviously Brim's, and then you assume you've got a you got a Gimbal paw handprint here, which is very small. You've got a Squeaks, I think, down there. And then you've got the hooves up top here, so we can see Winston. I'm wondering what this bear claw is. It's Lilith Bear.
Lilith Bear.
Very, very clever, Pat. Very clever.
I just saw that. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's
I didn't see the handprints.
Yeah, you got it.
No, I saw that. I thought it was bear claws at first, and then I looked closely. I'm like, oh no, that's a Brim and
well, apparently.
I'm crying again.
Mark said, thank you. Hey, Mitch, good to see you. And we appreciate that, Mitch. So that's two advantages for each of us. We're divided amongst ourselves, and we haven't seen Mitch in a minute. Good to see you, Zombie Knight. And hey, man, you could have kept our hype train going. We could have gotten to level 5, man. You were just a bit late, but we appreciate that very much. And this is from Mark Views. This is the dagger and the rose. So sort of both pieces of Millie's personality. And I thought that was just a really cool piece of artwork. All right, let's go around. Let's introduce each of your PCs. We're going to leave you out this time, Evelyn. And we'll start with Shorewin.
Indeed, I am Shorewin Tessel of Corewood, with my trusty steed Winston. currently a level 6 cavalier. What would you say, baby?
No, I was just looking at Patros because you said gave John 4 disadvantages for John the Ripper.
Call me John the Ripper.
I'm sorry, I wasn't laughing at you.
I was like, what I do?
No, it wasn't you. I'm sorry.
And I'm currently grumpy.
All right, thank you, Terry. Let's go to Rory Gimbal.
Yeah, so I'm Gimbal. I'm all 3'1" and full of magic wonderfulness. I make friends, love my friends, and call them family. But I've lost one again.
Okay, all right. Vivi Lilith.
So my name is Lilith Tessel of Corwood. I'm doing it. It's just a thing now. Okay. Married to Sherwin Tessel of Corwood. Currently really sad, and I'm going to try not to make everybody cry. But I'm also Lilith is living in the land of in denial, and she's very happy to be there.
And I believe Critical Role, they did some sort of a marriage thing. I remember once on stream. I think theirs had a little more pomp and circumstance than ours. Ours, like if you blink.
That's just the Lilith like Sherwin way. Like we don't want anything all jazzy and stuff like that. Like semi-unconsciousness.
Just slip a ring on the knight's finger while he's asleep, and that's it. Huh?
I mean, you had your best friend there, so it was
exactly. So it was perfect. My major.
I mean, it's kind of the equivalent of. Does she know you're dating her? Well.
Do you know you're married?
Yeah. Yeah, that's my boyfriend. Does he know it? All right, so let's go to Brim. Tell us about him, Josh.
Sure. Hi, I'm Brim. I'm a level 6 fighter. I'm a half ogre, 7.5 feet tall. I'm 22 years old, and I feel at odds today and cold.
All right, and give us our Monster Monday, and we'll get started.
Our Monster Monday is one that was not posted, and so I'll be making this up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, starting off the night with less than a fight, with a friend no longer with us and a cold within our chest, we know that we're all together even though we're blessed. For next another day, we'll see a new kind face, that in its very kind and wonderful little place will sit a new body, a new person to be known. Next to a giant, next to some elves, and next to our favorite little gnome.
Bravo, sir. Bravo. Well played. Nicely done. And yeah, so thank you so much, Josh. And it's been great having you on the stream. You've brought so many fantastic moments, and we'll be sad to see Brim go. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll get started. Thank you, everybody in the chat. So thank you, everybody in the chat. And then she cried to drown the whole world. Clap, clap, clap. We're going to get started. Of course, Evelyn's character is not introduced yet, so she will be observing as we get started. And I am going to kill the ambient music. And hey, let's play some D&D.
Can I just say how sad it is that like your picture isn't there and your name isn't there?
Oh, I just noticed that. Oh, man.
I know, it's so
Talk
sad.
about stabbing me in the butt. Gosh.
Hey, it's sad for me. That's a lot of work to get all that stuff worked out.
Sorry, John.
Sorry.
Somehow, when is John not killing things? I don't know why I have that reputation. I am not that bad a DM, all right? It's just, I am not a killer DM, but it just, I like, there should be danger. You guys are adventurers. You're not farmers. All right, here we go. So you are, you and your party are making your way down the mountainside, dragging behind you the cart with the cart horse that is still not looking too well. It nearly froze to death while being left outside. You gave it some brief period of warming inside the cave, but it is struggling as it makes its way down the mountainside, pulling through the thick and heavy snow. As you go, Winston seems to have no such trouble. He prances along through the snow, his strong limbs and hooves pushing through it with ease. But there is, of course, just a somberness as you make your way down the hills of the mountainside, not quite retracing your steps, but very similar. Most of your steps on the way up here, they've already been obscured by the wind and snow. The conifers blow, the wind bends them, blowing snow off the boughs. Your footsteps crunch, your boots cold and somber.
Lilith will just lead the horse following Shorewin. I'm sure he's still quite a bit ahead. And just every now and then just checking back and making sure Millie is covered.
And she is. She jostles a bit, her body in the back of the cart. But other than that, she's fine. Anyone else saying or doing anything as you descend down the mountainside, or do you simply descend in silence?
How long of this is a 2-day trip, correct?
It was 2 days to get here, yes.
Do we know how long we've traveled since we've left the cave?
Oh, I mean, yeah. This is like you're like an hour outside of the cave. Like we're picking up right where we left off.
Mhm. I'm just gonna be observing the group, watching Lilith's interactions with the horse for normalcy-ish. Brim, same thing. Even in Shorewin, just to see like how are things going amongst the group as we continue through this. Just knowing the seriousness of the moment and even to some extent dwelling on Millie and hopefully the better place that she's at, being there himself on the other side of the veil.
Okay. You do notice Lilith, Shorewin, Brim. You all notice Gimbal is, kind of watching you, as though he's looking for reactions, gauging moods. Nothing else really seems to be amiss. You do notice there's an absence of, even given how cold it is, there's always the occasional snow hare, the hawk. There's an absence of wildlife right now, just crystal blue skies, a bright yellow sun that sheds little to no warmth, and the bitter cold that blows the snow across your path, the wheezing of the cart horse. Everyone roll D20 for me, please.
Are we allowed to use advantage?
You are, and you're looking to roll high here.
Advantage.
19.
5.
7.
Just giving you the roll.
Yeah, just give me your raw roll.
18.
Okay. All right. Gimbal, as you're looking around at your compatriots, you notice as Lilith she's kind of studying the trees and looking for wildlife just as her nature, and something catches her eye as she turns back over her head or over her shoulder. You follow, and both of you look up, and you see, it takes a moment for you to recognize what it is. You see a tree, looks like perhaps half a mile up the side of the mountain, suddenly snaps, and as you look, you see the head of that same monstrous frost giant that you faced on the way up the mountain, careening down the mountainside in full stride. Even as you see this, reaching your ears, no doubt a second or two after it left his lungs, a bellowing roar, distant but still menacing, as he comes again just careening down the mountainside towards you.
in relation to the cart coming from the left side or right side?
No, he's coming. It looks like he's coming almost from the same direction that you just came, the cave, but at a slightly like at an angle of degree. So he wasn't at the cave, but he was up somewhere in that area of the mountainside, and now he is running down towards you at full bore. So he's definitely behind you, not in front of you.
Does he seem to be focused on us, or like he's running from something?
Well, it only takes 4 or 5 strides for you to see that he is definitely on a beeline towards you, and you might perhaps be uncertain if he's seen you, except, again, that roar that he lets out definitely had the guttural tone of vengeance in it. There is no mistaking the intentions of this creature.
With the roar, I'm assuming everybody else would have heard it then, too?
Yeah, I mean, once the two of you turn over and they hear this, like, it's pretty obvious to everyone.
All right.
And
Short.
what does...
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead.
What does the surroundings look like? Does it look like there's anything, like any other trees that's nearby that I can steer the cart by?
Yeah, so if you look at your, let me pull it back here on the cam, you have quite a bit of cover. Wrong one. Hang on here. You have quite a bit of cover all around you. You have trees. There are areas with rocky outcrops. This might be a better view for you. So here's your wagon. We have Shorewin and Winston here. We have Brim on the opposite side. Lilith is in the cart with Millie, and Gimbal is there as well. So there are plenty of trees and rocky outcropping. But
Shorewin's about 50 yards in front.
Right.
That's okay. So
Yeah.
he's gonna we're gonna turn around and start full pace back towards the cart.
Okay. So Shorewin, hearing the same cry, he turns. The whole party now looking up the mountainside, and it is clear you've been seen. It doesn't take an insight check. It doesn't take any sort of wisdom. You are spotted as he's coming down the hillside.
How far is he? Within 400 feet?
No. As I said, maybe you didn't hear me earlier. He's probably between half a mile and 3/4 of a mile up the mountainside.
So a little ways out.
Yeah, like you can see him. That's why I said there was like a delay in the bellow, in the roar. He's not near you, but he is coming fast.
I'll stand up and, Rob, we might want to get moving forward. And I'll just, and he'll try to carefully, respectfully move around Millie's body and stand at the back of the cart. And you'll see him start to rub his hands together, reach in a pocket, and brace himself on the edge of the cart, making sure he doesn't get popped out of the cart if we hit a bump or something. But you can see that I'm very obviously prepping for something, but the obvious warning that we have incoming.
As he cries out these instructions or these words, Shorewin and Winston arrive with the rest of the party. What are you doing?
Lilith will, as Gimbal crawls to the back, she's just gonna look back at him. I'm gonna move the cart so it's somewhere safe. Are you gonna stay on here, or do you want to hop off?
You mean you're gonna like,
I don't want this cart anywhere near that drive.
Yeah, I'll stay. I got you, Lilith. I hear you. I'll stay with you. You're not gonna deal with this alone.
So with that, she just pulls the cart around wherever she can see that has the most coverage. She'll pull the cart around by that, I guess the biggest tree over there near the rocks, and she'll hop off.
Okay. All right. So you pull the cart behind, and we'll just sort of move the environment here rather than moving you guys. You pull the cart behind a pair of trees. There are some rocky outcroppings. The giant is sort of, for the moment, obscured from your view. But again, you're under no illusions that he didn't see where you went.
Okay. And then she'll just hop off and run in the same direction that Sherwood is.
Once the beast is about 50 yards, Shorewin's going to lower his lance and go full bore at him.
All right, so before you get there, so as I said, he was about 3/4 of a mile to a 1/4 of a mile, or half a mile, so he's coming down, he's still afoot, he's moving fast, big strides, but As you move behind these trees, let me have everyone make another roll for me. D20, please. Same answer. You want to roll high.
Advantage.
Oh, 10.
16.
17.
Okay. All right. Gimbal, as you brace yourself, you are the first to notice. You go behind these trees, and suddenly there is something dropping straight towards you out of the trees.
Lilith, move it fast! And I'm gonna jump out the back.
All right. You see, Gimbal says this. He dives out of the back of the cart.
Okay. Well, then I'll just lead it forward then.
All right, as you lead the cart forward, thunk! Something heavy lands in the cart right in front of you. I want you to go ahead and roll D20 for me, please, Lilith.
At advantage.
You want low this time.
4.
Okay. You're startled. You manage to maintain your balance, and as you look up, you see it takes a moment for you to sort of reconcile this. There is a half-elven woman standing in front of you, and I will let her describe herself.
Before you see a woman wearing a heavy hooded cloak with fur all along it. She's wearing a scale mail that has been dirtied up quite a bit. Leather pants and leather boots. Her face is mostly concealed by the hood of her cloak. It's still up. She has not dropped it yet. But she is also wearing a longsword on her hip and a quiver of arrows and a bow on her back. And she stands before you and says, "What do you think you're doing? You're running the wrong way."
And Lilith will grab her staff and she'll kind of just swing it around and kind of ready it.
"I'm here to help. You're running towards a giant, and there's another one behind you. It's a trap. You should change directions and get out of here now before you're completely annihilated by a bunch of frost giants."
And why should I trust you?
"You don't have to. I'm just here to try to protect you."
Who told you to protect us?
"I see a bunch of adventurers wandering around in this area, and well, I like a bit of adventure myself, and I would be very interested to see why you're here, but we can't do that if you're all smashed into smithereens."
Is anybody else near me other than Gimbal? Does
I mean, yeah,
Gimbal
the whole party's gathered around. Brim, were you shaking your head?
Brim, as he heard the yell from behind him, he just pulled his blade and turned around and just started walking towards the way of the frost giant.
Okay. All right. What's everyone else doing?
How far are you, Brim, from the cart? Because I am looking for you.
Haven't walked too far. I just slow trudge in the
Okay.
direction with the tip of the blade making a line in the snow.
Being like up to my chest in snow at this point, because
Right.
something scared me. I'm just gonna Brim, please come get me. I want to go with you.
Brim shakes his head for a second and looks around and sees the giant, looks back at his friends, and just turns back and runs back towards the group.
You just see two hands above the snow is all you can see.
Sorry, Gimbal. Thank you. As he reaches into the snow and just like buries down and pulls up snow and Gimbal like a potted plant.
Can I ride your shoulder? Please. Perfect. Brim, you see that giant?
I'm the only one I can see.
You like that giant?
No.
Yeah, well, Lilith is tied up. How about we go destroy that giant?
Yeah.
How is it? Would it be Millie's body and then this mysterious lady, and then me? Is that how it is?
Yes.
So Lilith, like not breaking eye contact, she moves towards this mysterious lady, and she's trying to position herself in between Millie's body and her.
Okay, all right.
She's still like weapon drawn, like her staff is still in her hand, but she doesn't like with her eye contact. It doesn't seem like she's trying to attack you, but she's just like keeping her eyes on you as she moves towards the back.
With DM, with the way that my character is positioned, can I see the body in the cart?
You had it covered, correct, Lilith?
Yes. Yeah.
Go ahead and
head covered or
yeah, she covered everything. Go ahead and make a let's make a just do a wisdom check. So roll underneath your wisdom, please.
under my wisdom?
Uh-huh.
That's a 2.
Okay. All right. So yes, she's covered, but it's pretty obvious to you that there's a body underneath there. And by the way, I didn't say it earlier. Thank you, Troll Lord Games, hosting us and being in the chat and subbing. Troll Lord, great contributor to the community, and we've got some exciting things we're working on in the community with them. I assume that's Chuck, but I'm not sure. But thank you so much. All right. So yeah, you can tell there's a body underneath this covering.
All right. So then she's gonna look at Lilith and go, I'm sorry about your friend, but we really need to get going the opposite direction right now. And she's going to go, I can't whistle right now. And she's going to, and when she whistles, you'll see a large copper and brown wolf come charging out through the trees. And she's going to gesture towards others. Phineas, get them! Bring them back! Stop them!
And so you're gesturing him toward
where the other 3 have run off to try to go
Okay.
onto this giant.
Okay. All right.
With that whistle and the appearance of this wolf, Lilith is very intrigued. She breaks her gaze for like a hot second, and then she whistles and she's like, "What is that?" She's like, oh. And then she's like, "Oh wait, we're paying attention here."
All right. So Phineas.
She will maneuver herself in between.
All right, so Lilith, you see this wolf on command suddenly bounds through the thick snow, and within seconds, the 3 in the advance guard heading up the frost giant, you can see he's probably a quarter a mile away or less, and the wolf comes up and starts like yapping and actually jumps in front of you and starts barking. It's not threatening, but it's clearly trying to impede your progress.
Whose progress? Brim's, or because we're not next to each other anymore? Shorewind's been slowly moving forward when Brim went backwards to go get Gimbal.
So it would be whoever's in the front, whoever's furthest
that's
up.
me.
Then
And
it's
I'm gonna completely ignore that wolf.
okay. Shorewind keeps walking. All right.
All right.
That's my stubborn husband.
The wolf sees that he's being ignored, and he jumps in front of then Brim and Gimbal, doing the same thing.
Can I look back on the other end to see if I see anything coming that way?
Yeah,
She
you can.
said that there should be one on
Yeah,
each
so
end, right?
so go ahead and roll d20 for me, please.
Okay, at advantage. 15.
Yeah, you look at it first, you don't see anything, but then as you look more, you see something which is not something you have seen before. You see a frost giant attempting stealth. There is a white form in armor that is trying to move slowly between trees and rocks. It's not very good at it, but it is definitely trying to come up from the opposite direction to squeeze between the two. It immediately clicks for you that it's obvious that when you defeated this giant and he fled, he did not forget, and he has set a trap for you.
With that, she kind of has a sigh, and just says, "Have a seat.
We can't just sit here. We have to go.
I will go get them. Have a seat. Unless you fancy standing in the back of the cart while I ride it." And she'll just come to the front, and she won't really wait for her if she's not.
Yeah, she'll just sit down because she's not stupid enough to stand in the moving cart.
And she'll head towards Gimbal and Brim, hoping to get their attention.
All right. All the while, this other giant continues to come quickly down the hill. And so we're going to have Brim and Gimbal here. And you have this beautiful wolf that stands in front of you, defiantly trying to impede your progress. And you can hear Lilith coming up from behind, shouting your names.
Lilith, what's going on?
It's a trap. We need to go. There's one behind us as well.
And Brim will try and like look off in that direction wherever she like gestured.
It's not hard to see when you're pointed to it. As I said, this creature is not expert in stealth. It's
quiet.
It's further away than the one coming down because it's moving more slowly, but it is definitely coming.
So there's a slight problem with that when we got one charging off. But you ever set the trap for the trapper?
I don't think we'll be able to do that. We had a hard enough time with Millie for one. We need to go. Shorewind, it's a trap.
Orwin's gonna pause for a second. He looks back, looks at the horse connected to the cart, looks at Brim. Do you see that steed? If you think we're going to outrun a frost giant coming full speed down a hill with that steed, we have another thing coming. We either stand and fight or we perish on the run. Your choice.
Then how about we bring him to a single point?
Am I close enough to hear all
Yeah,
this?
you're in the car.
Okay. Well, I didn't know how close we were to shore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're just they're probably 50 yards ahead and they're yelling. You can hear them.
Do you all talk this much always? Like, no wonder you are idle way out, but you need to come with me right now. Right now.
Oh, and Ironius' name is that.
Talk more later. Make smarter decisions now. Okay?
If she's with Lilith, he's
All right, go.
Some
Wait.
Brim's shoulder, so.
Shorewind, please.
Shorewind takes a moment, looks at Brim. We've trusted a lot of people. Why should we trust another?
We don't have a choice in this instance.
She warned us about the other one. She did tell us it was a trap. Which way?
And so she'll gesture kind of off and through kind of the center between where the two giants are, through a kind of a copse of trees.
You now can hear the giant's voice loudly, roaring through the trees.
Hey, John, as soon as they're within spellcasting, as soon as they're within 400 feet, Gimbal's going to constantly pay attention to that.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
What's the speed of a running frost giant?
Yeah. So I'm gonna. So it's gonna be on this. It's gonna be 120 feet per round. So it's gonna be double. Any typical movement you'd have at a sprint, and it is not impeded by the snow as much as you would be. So like outrunning it on foot is not going to happen. But that doesn't appear to be what this newcomer is saying.
No. I have a question. Then would I be able to outrun on Winston?
Yes.
As snow is falling currently.
Yes. Light snow, heavy wind. Light snow, medium wind.
How long would it take for tracks to be covered, approximately?
In this environment, the snow is falling slowly. Tracks are deep. I mean, for complete covering, it would probably take half a day.
Good. All right. Shorewind's going to look back. Go! I will meet up with you. And he takes off in between the giants, going in the opposite direction.
You see,
yelling at the giants as he goes.
Wait. Okay. So let's help me see this.
Yep.
All right. So
I'm trying to see it too from your perspective.
Okay. So here's Giant 1 coming down the mountain.
Yep.
Here's Giant 2 coming up the mountain. Here is the party in the middle, closer
Which
to
way
this
they
one,
go?
right? As they're coming down, The newcomer seems to be trying to get you to go east. So
Okay.
you can go north or upward toward Giant 1. You can go south toward Giant 2. You can go west, or east rather, where the party seems to be going. Or you can head, or probably west rather, or you can go east away from where the party's going.
Okay, I'm going to go east, but not in a full. I'm luring them.
Okay. You see he slaps his mount and takes off toward the east.
Would he come by me before he leaves?
No. He was ahead. He's not coming back in your direction. He's making a tee off in a different direction.
While making a lot of noise.
As Shorewind says this to him, Brim will just give him the same head cock he's given before, and then the nod of knowing, and then we'll turn. And we'll be like,
Lilith, let's go. Get him going fast.
and he's going to start taking off.
Gimbal, hold on.
And she'll lead the horse that way. And you'll hear her say, if they don't kill him, I will.
And in the meantime, the people within my character's reach, can I touch everybody? Are they close enough now that I can touch
Yes.
them all? I'm
Whoa,
gonna cast...
whoa, we just met.
Hold on! Very briefly, I'm going to quickly cast Pass Without a Trace on everybody to leave no tracks behind if anybody is walking in the snow still.
Okay. All right.
That
So.
covers tracks.
It does leave no tracks.
All right. So as the cart and the horse
Off!
take off.
What did I say? I'm gonna kill you if they don't kill you first.
The wolf returns bounding through the snow, following behind. The cart
I yelled I would meet back up.
The cart jostles. Whoops, hold on here. The cart jostles, and it's a ragged bit of travel that you're doing here, trying to get through the snow and ice. As you move along, your newfound companion guides you.
Okay, and so I've cast Pass Without a Trace on everyone, so it'll leave no tracks behind us now. Except for Shorewood, who rode off in the opposite direction before I could cast it. So she'll... Alright, and she'll just keep kind of guiding them through as many tight places as she can get them, to hide them from the frost giants, and hopefully put enough distance between them that they will not keep following.
Okay, all right. As you do this, you make your way through the snow. Again, the cart is jostling. Millie's body is now bouncing up and down in the back of the cart. You hear the ragged, wheezing breath of this cart horse, which is on its last legs. I've got several checks to make here, just to let you inside a little bit of a DM's mind and how to handle something like this. One, we've got to see the condition of this horse and how it's able to withstand the punishment it's taking right now. Two, your Pass Without a Trace is a fantastic idea, but these creatures do also have eyes, particularly the one that's coming from higher vantage point. So we have to see how much he sees of what happens, and the DM has a couple of rolls to make here.
As you make those, John, just remember I'm still paying attention to distance.
Gotcha. All right. And anything in particular?
Distance.
What's that?
Anything in particular you want to let me know?
Distance. Oh, sorry.
Say that again.
Anything in particular you want me to know about the distance that you're checking?
Estimated within 400 feet. Ideally, it'd be great if they ever meet up with each other, but within 400 feet of me.
Okay, all right. So you're watching for this giant to reach range. The giant does, the one up above does veer toward the party. He's got a visual bead, and he's following. The horse is beginning to really chug through the snow. It's still going, but you're sensing its frailness moment by moment. Pat Draws, you can't just give me disadvantages. You actually have to put something in the chat. It's not, unless it's something from earlier I missed.
Everybody in the chat.
No, they're all conspiring against me tonight. It's awful. Okay, all right. So 4 more disadvantages. That actually now wipes me out. I am out of advantages. Completely. Yeah, okay, got it. Thank you, Pat. I figured that was probably the case. All right, now, as you're moving, anything you want to tell us, new lady, what you're doing?
Just trying to keep an eye on the giant behind us, as well as kind of directing, like speaking to Lilith, directing her because I remember the path, kind of just telling her which way to bring the horse as we're going. And out of the side of my eye, I want to keep a lookout for if there's any grass or any other thing growing through the snow at all anywhere where it's not as heavy snow on the ground.
Yeah, okay, so as you continue to chug along, I'm going to have one of you needs to make an initiative roll for me, and then I'll answer your question, Evelyn. Who's up for initiative?
Last initiative.
It was Brim, wasn't it, last time?
I believe so. Oh yeah, because it was Brim and Lilith when you were grappling. So that was the last initiatives that were rolled. Was Brim rolling against?
All right.
Lilith.
All right, Brim.
I don't wanna. Okay. That's a 3.
And the DM has. Okay, hey, thanks, Robert. All right, 3. So yeah, you won't want to miss what's coming up later, Robert. All right, so I have a 3 as well. Roll again. I have another 3.
I have a 3.
Okay, all right. I'll roll again. I have a 5.
I have a 6.
Oh! Yay! Okay, all right, everybody type exclamation point Disney in the chat. The first of our giveaways tonight is this beautiful Mike Disney print. And I put it somewhere. Oh, here it is. This beautiful Mike Disney print of the Overgourd. I showed this earlier. These things are fantastic. This is now lore. This is part of the new Reaper Bones set. And Mike is our sponsor, and this thing is gorgeous. So you type exclamation point Disney in the chat, and you will be entered into that giveaway. If we get to 100 viewers tonight, which we've been in the 70s for a bit here, we got a good shot at it tonight. We get to 100 viewers, we're going to have a second giveaway, which will be from Canadian Ancient Gamer, this super cool Treasures of Greyhawk guide. And we'll talk more about that later. The horse continues to chug along. I'm going to make a con check on the poor beast. Ooh. You see.
Sorry, did you say poor beast?
Poor beast, yes. What? Why?
Oh, the poor thing. Like that
The
kind of
horse.
The horse.
Oh, I thought you meant the giant. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me right now?
You see flecks of blood are now coming out of its nostrils into the snow. But now you can actually see where you're being led. There is a cave up ahead. And it's a smallish cave. It looks like Brim would have to duck to get under. And that seems to be where this new, strangely clad, armored, and leathered woman with this longbow strung across her back seems to be leading you toward. Shorewin. As you're making your way through the snow, Winston moves at a good pace, just eating up the snow as though it's not even there. The horse, a magnificent specimen, barely breathing hard as he labors through the snow. And you looking over your shoulder, you can see to the right or to the left, over your left shoulder, you see the large giant up top has spun off toward the party. You can't to your right, and go ahead and roll D20 for me.
With advantage. 16.
You can also see the smaller, or the giant down lower has stopped and seems to be looking around. So it's stopped moving. It hasn't determined a course yet. What are you doing?
I'm going to veer. Wait a minute, you said over my
left shoulder. Right.
Is up the mountain.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to veer left and start yelling at the giant.
Let me hear it.
RP that. I hope so.
Let me hear it.
Okay. You bastard! Come at me! Come on now! And I'm gonna lower my lance. I've got something for you! And just start making a beeline towards him.
Okay. All right. You start making a beeline towards said giant. He's close enough now. You can see the wicked helm atop his head, the twin axes. Thank you, Manda and Mystical Unicorn, who gave this mini to us. And Let's see what he does. Are you using your challenge?
Oh, because yes,
totally.
yes, I am. I forgot initiative happened and all that, so yes.
Okay. All right. We'll see what happens in a moment. All right. The rest of the party, I need another initiative check, please. So he did not cover any ground on you this time. The horse still wheezing, blood flecks out of its nostrils. DM has a 3.
I have a 6 again. Brim last round, if I was close enough, I would have liked to have tried to come up, but I doubt I'm really close to the cart because I'm just on foot. But if I am, I would like to try and be pushing the cart from the back to try and be helping out the horse as much as I could.
Well, you are close enough. The horse is not moving all that fast at this point. As you put your shoulder to the cart and you're pushing it, suddenly the cart feels very heavy, and you hear Lilith. You look around the side of the cart and you see the horse is keeled over. Its chest heaving, blood seeping from its nostrils into the snow, its tongue lolling out, its eyes wide back in its head.
Run on, Brim.
he's just gonna get like the I'm sorry for the whatever word things you don't like on stream, but he's gonna have the little
Anachronism.
Thank you, anachronism. The little Rocky trainer on his shoulder as he's just like he's trying to keep pushing the cart forward. But I have a 6 on initiative.
Okay, all right. So let's see. So let's figure out a couple things. All right. So you put your shoulder to it. You have initiative. I'd like you to make a strength check for me, please.
Can I use 4 advantages?
No, you cannot.
Okay, then I will use 1.
Ooh, there's druid shade in the chat, Lilith.
I saw that. Just give me a minute. I haven't been able to say anything yet.
Am I just adding my strength bonus to this?
Yes. This is not a. It's not a strength check. You're not rolling under. I need your D20 plus your strength bonus.
Yeah, that's a 16.
A 16. All right. You are a monstrously strong figure. You put your shoulder to it. You lift the back of the cart up. As you push it forward, you hear the crunch of bones. As you run over the horse, its blood spurts in the snow. You're now dragging it by the reins that are still attached to the horse, and you know you're moving ridiculously slowly. Despite this feat of strength, you have no hope of making it to the cave at this pace. All right, what's everyone else doing?
With that, Lilith will shout at Brim, "Brim, stop!" How far? And then she'll look over at mystery lady. I don't know what your name is. How far away are we from the cave? Can I see it?
Yeah, you're about 40 yards from the cave. You can see it's set into the side of the mountain. It would be tough to see if you weren't headed straight toward it.
Brim, can you carry the horse?
I look over at the horse. Is the horse like?
This horse was already at death's door. You just ran it over with a laden down cart. You heard its ribs crunch.
Yeah.
There is.
Yeah.
This horse is no.
Yeah.
Can I cast stabilize on the horse?
You can, yes.
So she'll hop off and cast stabilize on the horse. And then she'll look up at Brim and she'll say, carry the horse.
We'll try.
And then Lilith will wild shape into a horse.
Okay. All right. So hey, Brim, you pick. All right. Even for you, Brim.
You know what?
Even for you to pick up the dead weight of a full-grown horse is a feat that would require just some sort of enormous, glory moment. But you can begin dragging it. It does feel like you're dragging a bag of rattling bones as you're pulling it through the snow. You, newcomer and Gimbal, you see, hey, thank you for joining us, Gildis, welcome to the Mad Chatters, the most elite chat group in all of Twitch D&D. You see all of a sudden now Lilith is a horse, but she's not connected to anything, and the reins are actually halfway drug underneath the cart.
Are there how close are the?
Here's looking at you guys.
The giant is now maybe 200 yards away from you. You can hear the scream of the giant, and you also hear Shorewind's voice over the din as he utters a mild vulgarity and a healthy challenge.
Go ahead, and then I'll go.
So she's just gonna say, let's leave the cart and get in the cave. Maybe, just maybe, that might be the best decision here. We can get your friend, I guess. I hope that's a friend. But we should go in the cart. I mean, we should leave the cart and
The
go
giant
in the
is now
cave
150 yards away and coming in quickly.
And she's like looking, Lilith, of course you
Look.
It's like, you could feel her like staring through you, Brim specifically, about the other horse. And then she changes her gaze to Gimbal, looks down at the reins, and then looks back up at Gimbal.
So, sorry to disappoint you.
The giant is now 125 yards away.
Well, so the trick, remember Gimbal was watching for
Right.
entering that
Yeah.
range,
Yeah.
right? So, you know, even at, let's say 200 or whatever the case, when it enters that distance, Gimbal's prepping.
Well, no, it would be right now because you said 400 feet, so 125 yards is 375.
Oh, that's what I meant. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it just passed between the 150 and the 125. It's happening right now.
Perfect. Yep, that's perfect. Yep. So he'll pull out his fleece, see Lilith horse, look at him, and not this time, Lilith. And he will take that piece of fleece out of his hands, and Brim is pushing a cart over a dead horse
That's pretty much it, yes.
and carrying a dead horse instead of Millie. Lilith became a horse and told Brim to carry a horse. And then we got the stranger there. So, with all that kind of chaos
that
going
checks
on,
out.
100 yards and
He
closing.
is going
You
to
see
just-
Shorewind in the distance moving toward it as well. The giant, though, it heard Shorewind, it heard his call, but now as it's closer, you can hear in its roar, Gnome! Gnome! Because you remember what happened last time, and so does
yeah.
this giant.
and so he'll, Brim, just give me a moment. And he'll hunker down on Brim's shoulder and grab the fleece and rub it together, and he'll pull his hands and thrust his hands forward. He'll just go in Gnomish. He'll yell "Babushka!" and he'll right, because that's Gnomish.
Did you say babushka?
Yeah.
He did.
Grandma!
So he will cast this, casting major image with extreme heat intensity and the visual of flames melting his skin off his hands and off his chest, with a very strong engulfing of flames around his hands and his head.
All
And
right.
just hold and just intensify as much as you can, focusing as hard as I can on these very intense flames around his orifices, with advantage, and the DC is 19 plus advantage.
DC 19, okay, which means I'm disadvantaged. That's how we're going to use these. And I don't have any advantages unless somebody wants to pop one in the chat for the DM before he makes this roll. While I wait 5 seconds for the Twitch lag, I'll just keep rolling the dice here for a second. And I'm about to roll. And of course, the 19, that's the, he gets a modifier here because it's a will save, right? Will save?
Disbelieve would be will. Yeah.
Quickly rolls before it can be taken away from Tim. It didn't matter. He had it with both dice. I rolled. I had 2 16s. All right. So, as you cast the spell, by the way, I need to know what everyone else is doing while this is happening. Because you hear him chanting. Lilith horse is standing in front of a cart with no reins. Brim is crunching the bones of a horse, and newcomer is shouting at the top of her lungs and pointing frantically at the cave.
And Shorewind's still going full speed. Although, on my run, I'm looking over my right shoulder now to check on the other giant.
As you do this, and only one with the expert horsemanship of a true cavalier could manage all of this while careening through the snow. But you do look over your shoulder and you now see, with no further effort at disguise, the other giant has followed the track of all the action and is sprinting up the hill. Now it's still a little further away because the upward movement plus the pause, it's got several hundred yards still to go, but it is coming straight that direction as well.
Then Shorewind's going to keep moving at the one that is a stronger threat.
Okay, all right. Gimbal, as you cast the spell, hey, thank you, Patrick. All right, I got two of them now. So as you cast the spell, you see the giant, it momentarily looks, and then in this guttural, deep tone, close enough now, you can hear it quite clearly. Nor again, gnome. Nor again. And it keeps running.
Brim, run. Didn't work.
Okay. So, to give me an idea, the horse has fallen. When I started to push, it crunched into the ribs, killing the horse.
Yes.
I was thinking that the horse either.
Is it dead?
Oh, it's dead.
It's dead.
I thought you stabilized it.
I thought I did too.
I said you could cast Stabilize on it, yes.
Oh.
Casting stabilization on something that's already dead doesn't do much good, but you didn't know.
Cast it on it.
You didn't know in that moment. That creature had dropped below 0 hit points before he had the cart run over and crush his ribs through his lungs. So
I helped.
you still.
Well, at least the druid didn't kill the animal.
What?
I think we're at a good spot.
Why does that feel like plausible deniability there? I'm not. Hey, thank you, Mark Views, Pat Draws, and Patrick again. No,
Mark
stop
Hughes,
that.
number one.
Woo, woo.
All right, so what's everyone doing? This thing is now 75 yards away. It's got its
How close
axes
is
out.
Shorewin to it?
What's that?
How close is it? Like,
Well, you're chasing it down from behind, so you're closing. You had gone the other direction. I'm going to say you'd be about 150 yards behind it because you took a T as it was coming down. It went this way. You turned. Winston is faster than the creature, so you're closing distance, but you were further from it than it was from them.
Is there a break in the snow anywhere? I had asked. I was looking for.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I forgot to answer that. So, you see there is foliage that clings to the trees. There is moss around the trees. Right at the cave, there is some sort of moss and scraggly grass that's growing up around the edges of the cave where the snow does not stick. But everywhere where there's level ground, this snow is a good almost 3 feet
Heavy
thick.
snow. Okay. All right. So, okay. Well, we need to do something, otherwise we're all dead. So I suggest we either get a move on or get into that cave right now.
Yeah, let's do it. Mm-hmm.
Lilith's horse is looking at Brim.
Brim, after seeing the horse, and the reason I asked is because, like, if I knew the situation, I'd look down, slice the reins from the horse.
Get them in her mouth. I'm gonna push from the back.
Wait. I don't feel like dying.
Wanting to be helpful.
It's now 50 yards away.
Yeah.
Okay, she'll grab it and go.
All right, so tell me exactly what's happening. I need to know exactly what's happening right now. Let's start with you, unknown lady. What are you doing?
I'm kind of getting the sense of what these people are trying to do.
All right. What are you doing, Brim?
Brim is pushing from the back of the cart
So you're still pushing the back of the cart.
after slashing the reins. Yes.
Okay. It is moving very slowly. Again, I told you, you're strong, but you will not outpush this cart by speed. So you can continue to do it, but you're not dumb. So I'm just letting you know what your character would intrinsically know. And you could still choose to do what you choose to do, but you're looking at the distance and the speed this thing is going, and you're looking at the speed you're pushing this cart, and it ain't happening.
If he sees that Lilith horse is if he sees that Lilith horse is not going to try and take the reins.
Oh, Lilith Horse is taking the reins.
Okay, then he's going to keep trying to push from the back.
All right, so let me get this straight. Lilith Horse has grabbed the reins in her mouth and is pulling the cart as Brim. All right, very interesting. Roll initiative.
All right.
You got this, Brim.
Nope, that's a 1.
You don't have this, Brim.
DM has a 5.
Yeah, I know.
The creature closes the distance. It makes up another 25 yards on you. You are now 25 yards from the entrance of the cave. You made it 15. It made it 25. It is highly at this pace and this speed. You see Shorewind. He is making up distance fast, but it's instantaneous. No calculations necessary. Shorewind will get there after either you get to the cave or the giant gets to you, and whether or not you're going to get to the cave or the giant's going to get to you first is a matter of no certainty.
All right.
And you won initiative, John?
Yeah, I did. That's why he just covered.
Faster,
He made up that ground as a result of winning initiative.
How fast are we moving?
So you just covered 15 yards, right? 'Cause you had 40.
Yeah.
All right, and now we're going to run initiative again. And this initiative, well, we'll see.
It's not
Whose
me
turn
anymore.
is it?
DM has a third. Yeah, so it rotates. It rotates now to Shorewind. Well, you're not. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I've got a 3 on the die.
All right, I'm gonna roll my ducky die.
Come on, Shorewind.
I got faith in ducky die. That's a natty 6.
Oh.
Oh, I
Ducky die.
Look at that, my ducky die did it.
Yay!
Okay. All right. As you sprint toward the cave, with the bellowing of the giant coming from behind, let's see. So is everyone on the horse, or who was afoot?
I am the horse.
Right.
She is the horse.
I was on the cart where I was left.
Okay.
Brim was pushing the cart, right?
All right.
Yeah.
So you get there. You reach the mouth of the cave. As you reach the mouth of the cave, you can now hear the thunderous footsteps of the frost giant as it comes right behind. And I'll switch the views here. I think you should be able to see the frost giant. Now I got to tilt the cam over here just a bit for everybody's viewing pleasure. And there he is. As he comes rushing towards you, and you can see the cave there in the background right here that you are making your way toward. As you get there, he is just outside of melee range. You see Shorewind thundering from behind. Shorewind is now perhaps 1 or maybe just a little more than 1 round away. But you get to the cave. Lilith horse will not fit in the cave. The cart will not fit in the cave. What are you doing?
If she doesn't fit in the cave, she will go back. She'll unwild shape.
Okay.
Back into Lilith, and she'll just run to the back of the cart and pick up and go into the cave.
All right, so you sprint into the cave.
With Millie, I'm gonna transform back into Lilith, go back to the cart, grab Millie, and
What's your strength?
none of your business.
I have it right here. I can look it up.
I know.
if
my strength
Brim-
is as an 11.
Okay.
If
I have
Brim
a 0.
sees you,
All right, you
coming
see
back
Brim.
for Millie,
You see her come running back, and she's
Yeah.
struggling, trying to pull this dead weight body. She has no hope of it.
She will do everything in her power. She will not.
Brim will pretty much shove her towards the cave. Get in! As he's going to grab Millie from the cart.
Put
And
the
look
chest through, Brim.
All right, Gimbal, what are you doing?
Well, I yell that to Brim because there's a chest full of stuff.
And you'll feel the intense stabbing of Lilith's eyes as you utter.
I'm gonna stand by the entrance of the cave, and like a mouse in a hole playing, like in the field. I will stand in the entrance of the cave, waiting to cast Well, not waiting. If I can, I'm gonna cast suggestion right now on the giant.
All right. As you're waiting at the or standing at the entrance of the cave, you see Phineas, I assume, goes in the cave. Is that right? And you also?
She would make sure that he made it in first.
Okay.
And then she'll stay out while Gimbal is out. She's not gonna go in until everybody is in.
Okay, and I don't have your permanent mini yet, but I do have a mini. I'm using. She has the wrong colors, but she does have a bow and she's got a cloak. So imagine this, but brown, not blue. And so you're standing in front of the cave with Gimbal as the frost giant. Now it is within range. You see Brim running toward the cave with Millie in his arms. Brim, this creature is going to get an attack on you as you rush into the cave. It is right there. It rushes past the cart, pays no attention to it. It's striking you, and you see it's looking right at the gnome. So.
Can I? Oh, so we have advantage, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Advantage?
No.
Or initiative?
We won initiative.
We won initiative.
You won
yeah.
initiative. That's how you have gotten to the cave, right? So that's why you got in the cave, right? You got off. You attempted. So in 6 seconds, you got off. You tried to pull the body off the. Off the wagon. You then realized you couldn't. Brim helped. Now Brim is carrying her body. In those 6 seconds, this is all what's happened while the giant closed his distance, and we'll get a shot on the flank of Brim. Then once this is resolved, we'll go to the next round. There'll be a new initiative. All right?
Will I still be able to cast a spell this round? Or
no, not this round, because you got off the cart. You moved to your position in the cave. You turned around, so you'll be ready. You'll be able to cast the next round. The giant, again, there was so much time wasted. As I said, he was closing. He was mere yards away. You still see Shorewin thundering toward him. The giant is paying Shorewin no mind. So unless something changes, Shorewin is also going to have a flank attack on the giant, as the giant is doing now to Brim. Brim, as you carry Millie's body toward the cave, you smell the fetid breath. You can hear the roaring in your ears. And that is a hit. Expected to have tears, just not from laughing so hard. All right. Brim, you got advantage. Meanwhile, Brim, you feel an axe bite right through your shoulder blades. You take 15 points of damage as it scores down your back, blood streaming, but you then plunge. You have to duck, and you're able to plunge inside the cave with the body of Millie. Now we go to initiative. Brim, as you run in, you pass Yolanda and Gimbal, who stand alone right at the entrance to the cave. And we are going to resolve now what happens next with initiative. So who's rolling?
What did you say?
That is definitely not how you pronounce her name. That is not her name.
Oh, did I say that? I don't know what I said. No, I mispronounced it on purpose. I'm throwing you guys off, right? Initiative. DM has a 5.
Ducky die, go.
Did I say Yolanda? I didn't say Yolanda.
You did!
No! I said Yolandra, but I don't even know if I said that right. So anyway, move on.
Right.
Okay, good. All right. All right, what was your roll? I'm sorry, what was your roll?
I rolled a 5.
You rolled a 5, I rolled a 5. Roll again.
Oh, you bitch.
I have a 4. Is Gimbal about to be paced?
I have a 3.
Woo! All right, Gimbal. You are the target of choice for this giant. As Brim vanishes, he bears down on you. This ferocious visage. It is quite intimidating, even for a gnome as brave as Gimbal. You've never had something this large just screaming directly in your face. Gnome! And 2 blades come down. Remind me of your armor class.
It's tiny, right? So that means I'm working on it.
Batter up.
It's small. It's not good.
You feel Squeaks is squeaking He clearly, you're feeling disapproval through the emotional bond that you have, that you stood in the mouth of this cave.
It's 14.
A 14 armor class. First axe
penalties.
bites down and hits. Now you do get an armor class bonus because he's a giant and you're very, very small. Very fortunately for you, the second blow. So first axe come down, it catches you right in the top of the shoulder. You feel that axe bite through sinew. His second blow comes across. You just duck a bit under the pain, really more than anything else. Already being short, he swings high. It's difficult for him to get that low and to hit you. You take from that blow, ouch, 15 points of damage. Is Gimbal still conscious?
So we've rested once, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we rested.
Yes. Yeah, you
We
rest.
got no healing from that, right?
No,
I mean,
no
we
innate
actually
healing.
took a full rest.
That's right. Yeah, no innate healing.
So, it's just such an overwhelming situation, and I just faint. That's all it is.
Oh, God.
I'm down.
All right. Ye who shall not be called Yolandra, you see this as the giant's blade bites down. You see the gnome fall to the ground. What are you doing?
She immediately sees him collapse and kind of just grabs him by the collar and drags him into the cave with her. Come on!
Okay. All right. You drag him into the cave. As you're dragging him into the cave, you see this monstrous bloody hand. It's dropped the axe. It's plunging in. We're doing a Shorewind lost initiative, so now it's initiative with Lilith.
But I didn't get close enough yet?
No, I told you a little over a round, so you'll be close enough this time on its flank. Lilith, DM has a 2 on the die.
Come on.
2. I have a 2.
All right, roll again. DM has a 4 on the die.
That's 6.
Okay, all right. All right. Millie, as you're dragging the body in, whoosh, this massive hand reaches out. It grabs just the faintest bit of your garment that you snatch away from the fingers, and you hear the roar. Give me the gnome! Shorewind, you come riding up, this giant completely ignoring you. And let's go to our steed.
He did, and that's why I got sad.
You come riding up right behind the giant and make your jousting attack, sir.
All right, with advantage. $27.
That is a hit.
All right.
Roll damage.
$12, 24.
Wow. All right. As you rush through the snow, now Winston is breathing heavy. This has been a long run through heavy snow, but he faithfully ferries you straight toward the back of the giant. You feel your lance pierce right through the gluteus. You strike it right in the rear end. You feel it go through. Ping! The edge pings off of bone. Roar! The giant screams a guttural roar, and as it turns, the lance is yanked out of your arms. It's stuck inside the bone. As the lance is yanked out of your hands, and the giant is now staring at you face to face. Anyone else doing anything this round? You were still dragging, so that was kind of your full round action.
Okay.
But Brim, Lilith, you see Gimbal being dragged inside. Looks like he is unconscious at best.
Can I still take my second attack?
No. So when you're attacking with the lance, that's 1 attack per round.
That's 1 attack. Okay,
Yeah.
just double check.
Yep.
I was wondering when the giant reached in if I could have slashed at that hand.
Well, so let's see. You were inside. So I'm going to say this. you can't wield your blade inside this cave. You're already hunched over. This is very narrow. If you got a dagger, you could try to prick a finger. If you want to try to grab a hand, you can. But like swinging your your great sword inside this cave is not going to happen.
Gotcha.
So what are you going to do?
Nothing. He's gonna hold Millie and just stay inside there.
All right, Lilith, what are you doing?
Lilith will just make sure that that Brim has Millie, and if she is sure that he does, she'll cast Heat Metal on the giant.
Okay, all right. And remind me of the DC on that, please.
That would just be my spell save DC, correct?
Right.
10 plus my level, so.
Did I? I'm sorry, Pat.
Plus Wiz, hang on.
Brim could have bitten his hand.
That's also true.
So Extort said, Shorewind Cavalier, horse
19.
friend, clueless Lilith husband, now giant proctologist.
I do what I can.
19?
I like that. 19 for the DC.
All right, well, he's got a heavy ring around one finger. You heat it. You saw it already heat, but that arm was already being snatched out as you saw him shudder with the enormous blow that he took bending over trying to grab it. You didn't crit, otherwise it might have been a proctology. You just caught muscle. So as he's leaning in, he is pulled back out and pivoted around. Shorewind, it is initiative. You stand toe to toe with a bloodthirsty frost giant that still has your lance sticking out of his rear end. It bangs against the wall or the side of the cave as he turns, and he does take damage from that. Initiative.
So Lilith, you have it again.
Come on, Lilith, win that initiative again.
Oh, that's me. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's you. That's
What'd you have?
Oh, I had a 4.
So did I. Again.
DM has a 3.
I have a 4!
Yay!
Okay, Shorewind, you have initiative. You're still atop Winston.
All right, so if I try to go for my lance, am I going to take an attack of opportunity?
Yes.
You're going to say that.
Yes.
No.
I was looking for ways to say no. Hey, good to see you, Casey.
right.
Thank you for the advantage. I assume that's one for each of the players. Everybody gets another advantage from
All
Pat.
right.
That's Captain
Second
Redbeard.
question.
Yes.
Would I be able to reach my lance if I was on the ground? I don't know how high up this giant's butt.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So, like I said, he's about 20 feet tall. So, just talking in normal proportions, that sucker's probably sitting about 8 to 9 feet off the ground. But
All right.
it's not straight out. It's kind of hanging down. So, yeah, you could definitely grab it.
Can I do a simultaneous slide off the horse, yell to Winston? Let me think how I want to put this. Hit him as hard as you can, and go for my lance while Winston attacks.
You, my friend, are a cavalier. Of course you can.
Indeed.
All right, so go ahead and make an animal handling check for me, please.
Okay. With advantage, of course.
Everybody type ! Disney in the chat for the giveaway.
27.
Okay. You leap off of Winston with the shock of the lance blow actually giving you some momentum as he stops, and you hit the snow running. As Winston then lets out a loud neigh, he rears up and lunges at the giant, and let's resolve this. All right, go ahead and we'll let Winston attack first. Roll to hit.
All right. He does not have any advantages currently. So this is with his bite. That is a 23.
A 23. That hits.
Okay. That'll do. Oh, that was a pretty roll. 9 points of damage.
Okay. Yeah.
And
So
then-
he catches a nice chunk of flesh right above the kneecap.
Each of the hooves. These aren't going to hit. 14 and an 8.
Total?
No. Two hooves, so a 14 and an 8.
Yeah. I mean, but that was your total with bonuses. right?
Yeah.
okay.
So 14 total for one hoof, 8 total with the
Yeah,
other.
so he tries to rear up, but he's easily batted away with the hooves. But he did get a good solid bite and chunk of flesh, and with that, I already made the roll. He does in fact distract the giant. So you manage to run past his hip, and you get to your lance. Gimbal is not standing outside anymore. Let me move my little gimbal mini.
Gimbal is not standing.
Gimbal is not standing. All right. You rush. Thank you, Patrick. 5 for the
get
players and
one.
1 for John. Thank you so much, Ancient Gamer. So you grab hold of your lance, and I'm going to have you go ahead and make a strength check for me. Roll underneath your strength. While he's doing this, what's going on in the cave?
All right. Well, mystery woman immediately kneels down. Once the gnome is safely away from the reach of the giant, she's gonna kneel down, pull her bow from her back, and knock an arrow and fire it at the giant. And giants are one of my favorite enemies, so I get a bonus on my attack.
Ooh, there was a class hint. If you didn't have enough hints already. Now, that would be the primary class, but we're playing 3-5. So if you know she's a ranger now because she just referenced favorite enemy, but she's a special kind of ranger, and you still don't know what that is, and it does relate to the 80s movie title, which was correctly guessed by someone in our Discord channel.
Oh, gotcha.
All right, go ahead. Roll the hit.
Alright, so I'm gonna roll this with advantage. Ooh, that's an 18 on the die, plus 2.
That's a hit.
For...
That's a hit.
Yeah.
All right.
Alright, so then damage is D8. Okay, so that's 7 points of damage from my arrow.
All right. Your arrow thunks in. You catch him in the calf, which is what you can sort of see through your vantage point. And now we go to initiative again, Shorewin. Oh, no, Lilith.
That's me.
No, it's Lilith.
DM has a 4.
Did Brim go?
Yeah, he went and then I won initiative.
No, Brim didn't go, but I don't.
No.
No, he didn't
Oh.
go, but are you? Last time he said he was just going to stay in the cave. So are you,
Brim sets Millie down, looks outside, sees the arrow fire, sees Shorewin out there with the lance. And Brim's looking beat up. But he charges out of the cave, pulling his blade once he can, and to bring around, if you allow him to do this all in the same point, to try and attack.
yeah, you're not too far. Now you're going to emerge from the cave. You're right behind this creature. You're actually almost eye to eye with Shorewin, who is, you see, dragging his lance out of the creature's butt, and you can attack.
Okay. Rolling with advantage for both of these. That's going to be a 25 on the first one,
That's a hit.
and then I'm just going to go ahead and roll the second one, if that's okay.
Yep.
And the second one is a 22.
That's a hit.
Okay.
Those
okay.
both hit.
So getting to roll the 3d6 because the creature is larger than him.
It
unless
hit
it's shrunk
because
in the past round.
it hit because you're flanking, right? So he can't see you. He's not getting any dex bonus on these attacks.
Okay, so that is 17 damage on the first slice.
Nice.
Okay.
Get him.
And, not as good. 12 damage on the second one.
Okay. Twice your blade. You catch him. You score across his back with one blow. You come across. You catch hamstring, not quite deep enough to sever the tendon, but you do open up a huge gash in the back of his leg. And everyone went this round, I believe.
Well, you asked me to roll below my strength.
Yes.
I rolled a 2.
Okay. So you pull it out easily. And you see Winston still engaged with the giant, and now we go to initiative.
Come on, Lilith.
Win.
DM has a 4.
What'd you say?
4.
Roll.
4.
Lilith win. Lilith win.
4.
Okay.
Yes.
You guys are doing well on initiative. All right. So, Winston, what are you doing?
And also,
Yeah, Winston, what are you doing?
No, she
What
is
are
not a
you
park
doing?
ranger, Pat. What do you want him to do?
All right, so the Giants' focus is on who?
The Giants' focus right now is on Winston.
On Winston. All right. Can I, in a motion, get up onto Winston?
You will provoke an attack of opportunity. Yes, definitely.
Well, I'm going to do it anyways because it's Winston. I got to save him for Lilith.
All right. As Winston comes down from his attack, his hooves sink into the snow, and you leap atop. Yeah, you take a nice solid blow to the back.
No.
You take 17 points of damage as the axe bites into your back, but you are now atop your steed once more.
All right.
And now we go to Brim.
Wait, is that all Shorewind's able to do?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he dragged the lance through the snow, jumped up on top of the horse, which is in the middle of combat with a frost giant, took a blow to the back. I think that's a good full round for him.
So I'm rolling 2 attacks again. First one comes out to a 28,
That's a hit.
and then second one, I'm going to roll with a different die. Please, I want to get a crit at some point. Gosh dang it. That is going to
Oh,
be
thank you, Mark.
a 14 on the second one, so no, it doesn't hit.
All right, one hit. Thank you, Mark. Oh, my goodness. Mark, that is unbelievable.
Oh,
All right,
Okay.
so
that could be used as, yeah. First damage is going to be 5, 9, 16 points of damage on the first one, and he doesn't hit anything.
Sorry.
Evelyn, stop calling.
I'm busy right now.
Evelyn accidentally called. That's why it threw me off. But
Sorry,
whatever I said,
sorry.
I think 16 points of damage on the first strike, and the second one misses.
all right, so you add a crisscross to your first blow across his back, and you draw a heavy wound. He is, hey, thank you, Patrick. Yes, sir. You draw a heavy wound across his back, and you cross it. Now blood is streaming, but he still looks quite hale. And oh, you hear the footsteps coming of the other giant. All right.
And Brim will yell in giant.
Run, or you will meet your death.
Okay. Go ahead and make an intimidate check for me, please.
Please, using advantage for this as well.
Yeah, this is a long shot, but
Please. Double nat 16s on both dice.
16s. I mean, it's a good challenge, but you know, you sense this giant
20.
knows that he has a comrade coming, and even though he's hurt, he's not near death, and he is not intimidated by this. All right, she who shall not be called Yolandra, what are you doing? Everybody type exclamation point Disney in the chat for our first giveaway.
She also remembers from before that there is actually an exit out of this cave on the backside of it. So she's going to, as Lilith would still be kind of in here with Millie's body, correct? And with
Yes,
Gimbal, unconscious Gimbal and
Yes.
Phineas. So she's just going to look and say, can you help the gnome? He got hit by something, and well, we can probably get your friend on Phineas and take her out the other side of the cave. There's a way to get out through here. I don't think you want to leave your other friends, but I can get them if you want to go on.
Okay. And Lilith will cast. Hang on 1 second.
The gnome's not smelling yet.
She'll cast Cure Moderate Wounds on Gimbal, which is 2d8.
Okay.
13 for 19 points of healing.
So you get 19 points of healing.
Damn.
She's kind of leaning over Gimbal. She kind of waits for him to come to.
Gimbal sputters and chokes, his eyes flutter open.
Gimbal, are you okay?
Yeah. 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 I'm good. I'm good.
We need to go.
What? And I look around and I see this elf, and I see Lilith, and I see a big giant foot or brim, but I don't see everyone.
And you see also a wolf staring at you with haunting eyes. It almost looks intimidating until its mouth open and its tongue lolls out the side in a kind of a goofy fashion.
Then Lilith will be like, "Who's a good boy?" Like-
And I will take advantage of that distraction. Do I get upon being healed, do I still get to take an action this turn with this, or no?
Nope. I mean, you could say something, you can get up, but you're not casting spells, you're not covering distance to the same round that you come from unconsciousness.
So I just want to, with that lovely distraction, it's clear to see that you're elf heritage, right?
Yes.
Can I see that for you, Evelyn?
Yeah, I already.
Her hood's still up. She hasn't dropped it yet, so he can't make out what her race is at yet.
Okay. So then I will just scoot around Lilith and make my way back towards the entrance of the cave.
Okay. You're
out, just
all right.
close to.
So you make your way back out to the entrance of the cave. All right. Now we go back to the party outside. Shorewin, what are you doing?
Can I make an attack with my lance?
So for the lance, you have to have distance, right?
All right.
So you can back Winston up, and I will say if you do that this round, you will not be provoking an attack of opportunity. That would be a disengagement. Winston, proficient enough to sort of prance backward away from the beast without giving an opening, that would set you for a lance attack the next round. You will not be able to get back, disengage, and re-engage with a charge.
All right, so I am then going to disengage.
Okay. All right, you back up, get enough distance. Brim, your attack. Or your action, whatever you're doing.
Oh, can I do one in that process? Can I also notice where the other frost giant is? Because I knew the direction he was coming
Well,
from.
actually, yes, you quite can. And you can actually see him now as he's bursting through the trees. He is off to your right. Let me move the cam out here a bit. He is off to your right, and he is coming up here. Hold on, let me move it this way. Ignore the pad of paper. That is not in the terrain.
Yes, it is.
You're testing the edges of my terrain. He is coming in from this way. He looks like you would call him probably still 2 rounds away, so he's not quite as close as I'm showing him here.
Okay.
And not trying to be that guy, John, but I think I've already had my attacks for this round. Or are we in a new round?
No, we just rolled a new initiative, didn't we?
Yeah.
We just rolled a new
What
initiative.
did the Giants do?
Yeah.
Where the freak was I? Okay, 2 attacks.
The giant
coming
hit
at you.
me.
Yeah, the giant hit
Oh.
Winston, or Shorewin.
Thank gosh. That is going to be on the first one, a lot, like 32, I think.
Okay, that's a hit.
And then the second one's going to be, dang it, a 17 to hit.
Nope. 1 hit. Roll damage. While he's
got
doing
this.
that, Lilith, are you moving into the cave with Millie atop the body of the wolf, or as you were instructed, or what are you doing?
Yes, she will do that.
Okay. All right.
She will gently pick up Millie again, just making sure that she's wrapped up and warm as per usual, and then she will help bring the body on top of the good boy. And,
Okay. All right. Well done. All right. And Brim, what was your roll?
14 damage.
Okay, you have its attention. As Winston and Shorewin pull away, the giant in ferocity spins on you. And now it is face to face with you. Blood streams, but it still sounds quite strong. The footsteps of the second frost giant approaching are heavy in your ears. So Gimbal, you're now at the mouth of the cave. No action for you this round. Evelyn, you gave instructions, but you haven't done anything else. So what do you want to do?
She's gonna fire a second arrow.
Okay, roll.
19 on the die plus a lot of things.
That's a hit. Roll your damage.
$11 points of damage.
All right. You stick another arrow, and this one actually hits it right in the thigh as it spins around toward Brim. And now the creature attacks. That's a hit. That's definitely a hit. Brim, you take 2 blows. The first is 14 points of damage as a heavy axe catches you in the shoulder. Blood streaming everywhere. You're still conscious?
Yep.
Second blow, 14 more points of damage. The other axe comes across. Still conscious?
Yep. Just barely.
All right, blood streaming out of your body from all sides as the second giant thunders from the side. And we go to initiative. It won't get an attack yet this round, though. It's still a round away. Initiative, DM has a 1.
A 2. Eat it.
Okay. I got to get my initiative rolls up tonight. Not good. All right, everybody in the chat, exclamation point Disney. We're taking our first break here in a minute. It is our long night tonight, so we'll go a little bit longer than normal. So there's plenty of Blue Box ahead. All right, so let's go to you first, Brim. You're toe-to-toe with this monstrous creature.
You got this, big boy.
It's not looking like near death or anything. It's just still going strong.
I mean, it's heavily wounded now, but it's not near death.
You got this.
You got this!
I'm so close to death.
That's like you got the devil on your shoulder there with Shorewind.
I'm tempted to listen.
Don't listen.
Yeah, but like no one, Brim's not stupid. Brim knows that no one can drag him out of a fight if he does go down. He is going to hold his blade defensively up, and he's going to use his action to try and disengage and get into the cave.
All right, so you're disengaging. You do not provoke an attack of opportunity. Your back was right to the cave, so there is really nothing for you to roll there. You manage to withdraw. Shorewind. The creature now seeing this, it tries to grasp for Brim. Too late. It turns and faces you again. And we're going to go to Gimbal. What are you doing?
I am going to reach into my newly acquired bag and picture a snake's tongue and a honeycomb as I pull them out of my sack. And as often you see Gimbal doing, he'll mesh these together and spit into it as he pulls it and flicks it onto the ground, just as it rolls off his finger, and cast suggestion.
All right, and what are you suggesting, Babushka? What are you suggesting?
I am suggesting to the giant
While you're thinking, to answer the question, I saw Mark put it in and Brim put it in. Part of that has already been put in the hands of one of the players. Continue.
Yeah, so it lasts for an hour. It just can't put itself into danger, right? It has to be a reasonable suggestion that does not put it into danger.
Right, that's right.
The suggestion will be an avalanche comes. We're on a mountain, right? We're still on a mountain, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
An avalanche comes this way. Run.
Okay. DC again?
19, and do you have disadvantages? Because
I've got plenty of advantages now. I got plenty of advantages.
I don't need to use an advantage to disadvantage you.
Well, if I have advantages, I will be rolling with advantage unless you're using one of yours to disadvantage me. That's the most times I want to say the word advantage again in one sentence ever. So what do you want to do?
Yeah, I will use my advantage.
All right, so that means I'm rolling 1d20, and what's the DC? 19?
19.
19.
The episode of the advantages.
Nat 19 on the die. Didn't even need the bonuses.
Disadvantage for the DM. 4 of them.
4. Okay, I still have. Oh, Mark, that was mean. By the way, yes, I've not lost track of your potions or your restorations, but I still have advantages. Thank you to my other friends. I used 1 there. Hang on. All right. The giant shakes his head. Get out of my head, gnome! And
I'll use my 10 feet to get in too.
All right, you retreat. You retreat back to the cave. All right.
I don't like giants.
All right. In this new round, Evelyn and Lilith, you plunge deeper in the cave. You see it does go deeper and deeper, and the wolf seems to know where he's going. He moves deftly, and your vision, you are able to still see.
As Bram came into the cave, I would imagine I saw him severely wounded, correctly?
Correct.
I'm going to correctly. I am going to look at him and from like a satchel that I have on my hip, pull out a flask and hand it towards him, and say, "Here, for your wounds." And hand him a
Yes.
hand him a potion of.
So she hands you a potion that's in a clear crystal decanter. Thank you, Mark Views.
No, it's not that one. It's one of the Cure Light Wounds potions.
Oh, one of the Cure Light. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, Brim.
Is it Elven
Oh, he
milk?
got so excited. Oh, he got so excited. All right.
I got so excited. Because I was like, I'm going right back out there.
All right. You get.
Babushka.
There might be some method to her madness. All right. So you receive from this potion 6 hit points of healing.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Shorewind. You now have not 1, but 2 frost giants dead level at you. You feel Winston, and you've never felt this before. He's actually trying to pull back.
We already did that last round.
What's that?
I said we already.
No, not that kind of pullback.
I know. All right. Distance of second frost giant to us.
Distance of second frost giant. He is now standing next to the mouth of the cave, so he's about 20 yards from you. The other frost giant is about 5 yards or 15 feet in front of you.
So as I do this attack, I want to make sure that I am attacking so that the frost giant I am attacking is between me and the other frost giant.
Okay, so you're gonna, so yes, you have the distance. So what you're saying is you're gonna kind of circle around a bit to this edge, and you're gonna approach him from the side here.
Yes.
All right, atop Winston, yes, as pointed out earlier, your dressage lessons do pay off. You are able to do that. You're not, so I'll tell you this, you can't get fully over here and still have but you can move a few feet here where you basically put a, let's call it a 160 degree angle. And you can, what are you laughing about?
Just
Now 10 count advised against giant proctology.
Agri-chat.
The Mad Chatters, as always, on fire. You charge forward toward the giant. As you charge toward the giant, roll to hit.
of course with advantage. That'll be 39 or something large like that.
But not a nat 20, huh? All right, that's a
It is
hit.
Not.
That's a hit.
So salty. All right. We're gonna go with this one, and that is 11 points of damage. 22. I'm on my steed with my lance.
Ooh, that's a monstrous blow. You slam into him. It slides just below his bottom rib. You feel it goes deep. The lance point comes out the other side. This time it does not catch bone. Winston rears back and you pull out of the creature, but it rains down blows on you in a rage of blood. And I'm using advantages here.
Oh, okay.
That is a hit. I'm going to use one more advantage. That is also a hit. All right, Shorewind, from the first blow.
Brim is the only one that can see you.
You take Brim. You can't even see him at this angle. You're inside the cave. You can hear.
Yeah.
You can hear, but he's not directly in front of the cave now. The giant has moved off at an angle. You should be able to see it on the battle cam, although the cave is hidden behind giant number 2. Let me move giant number 2. So you can see sort of this is straight out of the cave here. They're over here slightly and to the left. So you can hear what's happening, but you don't actually see this. You take 14 points of damage from the first blow. And assuming you're still conscious, you take 16 points of damage from the second blow.
How much on the second?
16, so a total of 30. As 2 axe blows hammer down on you.
Okay. Shorewind is kind of low right now. And he will start to attempt to move away when possible due to the -9.
Okay, now for our viewing audience, when you hear -9, you should be thinking unconscious or right by death. Your death in most games is -10. Maybe you get a con bonus, which I do. First level con bonus is what I give in my game. So for example, if you've got a 14 con, which is a +2, then that character could actually go -12 before death. But that's only for their first level con bonus. That doesn't stack as they go up in levels. But the Cavalier, as we play it, which is the old school Cavalier, you got to go back to the Dragon magazines and the Unearthed Arcana, a glorious class with many unique features, including the ability in the midst of combat to stay conscious right to the moment of true physical death. Now, he cannot attack, but he remains conscious atop his steed. Winston instinctively turns and sprints. The giant is going to take an attack of a top opportunity on Winston. He's not doing a disengagement here. He is, and yeah, he takes a nice shot. Screeching through Burns' armor, you feel Winston jolt, but there is no hesitation in his stride. And everything is getting blurry for you now, Shorewind, as you move quickly through the snow, churning up from beneath Winston's hooves, even his noble chest heaving under the weight of the armor that he wears and the weight of the man that he bears. And he moves through this snow at top pace. You hear the roaring of the giants. This one thunders after you. This one turns and stands in the mouth of the cave and plunges a hand in, and we will go to break. All right, everybody.
Totally called it.
If you have not, well, yeah, of course, I do the build-ups right beforehand. It doesn't take, there's no prescience required for that. All right, so we will be doing a giveaway shortly after the break. We have been between 70 and 80 viewers all night. Great night. Thank you so much. A reminder, if you tell your friends, if we hit 100 viewers tonight and we've got a long night, we usually pick up toward the back half. It is back third. It is a real possibility tonight. We will be giving away this Treasures of Greyhawk, this beautiful set. It's a fantastic adventure. It's got all kinds of fun stuff in it. That is for getting to 100 tonight. Then we are giving away after the break this Overgored print from Mike Disney, our sponsor. If you don't know about this, it's a great story. This is the creature that made it into the Reaper Bones set for the last Kickstarter, designed by our sponsor, Mike Disney. Came up on one of his streams. It is beautiful. You type !Disney in the chat, and you will be getting this after the break. And then, also, if we hit 100 viewers, all the mad chatters have chosen I will have to wear this hideous dinosaur button-up short sleeve shirt, and I will not only put it on for stream tonight, I will wear it for my next 2 streams, my Rune Lord stream and my next GHA stream, whenever we hit that viewer total on stream. So wake up a friend, get your grandmother, whatever you got to do. Let's get this over 100 tonight if we can. Tell somebody to rate us. You have a chance for a giveaway and a chance to really humiliate the DM and get me back. I am now known as John the Ripper. So it'll be a short break, and we will be back after the break. And we'll leave the mics hot as always, so you can chat with our players.
John, I had sent you a text about that thing you sent me, and that's why I I did not want to use it because I did not know the answer to the question.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I think actually there was some.
Also, John, do you still have all those little dinosaurs that I put in your package?
I
Could you possibly make that into a necklace and wear that as well with your dinosaur shirt?
Yes!
That would be amazing.
Well, I'm not an artisan of any kind.
You don't have to be an artist. Do you have
You
a
put
needle and
you put
thread?
string around their neck.
Just-
I said an
like popcorn.
artisan. I was thinking like drill a hole through them or something, but I guess I could just wrap string
That
through.
works.
You can wrap the string around or just drill a hole. I mean, whatever floats your boat. Just make a necklace out of it, I think.
Goats to float.
Everybody needs a beautiful dinosaur necklace.
It's all the
Canadian Ancient Gamer, it is actually Roll Up the Rim. I actually won a free coffee and a free, what else did I win? I won a free coffee so far and a free travel mug. Like a reusable cup.
Awesome.
Wow.
Awesome. Yeah, we have, in Canada, we have Tim Hortons and it's Roll Up the Rim.
No, no, not just in Canada. We have them here in Michigan too, dog.
Do you?
Oh yeah, right down the street. Best donuts in the world.
Well, you guys have Roll Up the Rim? That's what I meant.
Oh, maybe.
I meant, it's like a thing, so like,
get wrecked, Terry.
around,
Oh.
no, I meant around this time, when you buy a coffee.
I'm leaving.
You can roll up the rim and win a prize. So you get like free coffee, free donuts, gift cards. You can win a car. It says right now. It says Crave, American Express, Xbox, Uber Eats, Cineplex, gift cards, car.
No, I'm telling you, Shoppers Donuts. Anyone who's had a Shoppers Donuts, they're the best donuts in the
Okay,
world.
I have to go nibble on something. We're talking about food.
I'm always talking about food. When am I not talking about food? To be fair, I feel like that's just
So-
me always.
Question: if the answer is given, will Millie not use a minor potion, or will she use the field one? Just a random hypothetical question.
Oh, I have an answer. I have an answer now. I know what it does now. I didn't just want to hand it out if I didn't know what it did.
Here, use this.
Take
Alright.
Our next
Is it-
BBEG is Brim.
Well, but also think
John,
about
are
it.
you changing your shirt? Change your shirt.
Uh,
Change your shirt.
oh, okay, if I have time,
Change your-
I've got other stuff to change right here. If I have time, I will for sure. But I promise I'll be wearing it on the next stream if I'm not wearing a dinosaur shirt. But you got to remember,
wear it.
Evelyn, your character and what she's trying to accomplish, she may not want to use that anyway right now.
Oh, what is she trying to accomplish?
Trying to kill us all. But also, we also left. The
Well, no,
cart.
no, that was nothing secret. It's like what she's trying to accomplish has been trying to get you guys out of danger and to
I
get.
mean, I've been the only one who's been listening so far, so.
Brim's tempted to stay in the cave. Just so that everyone knows, Brim's tempted to stay in the cave because he doesn't want to lose the cart.
That makes sense. But I think our only problem is Shorewind and Winston. Winston can't fit in the cave.
He can run off. He's
Right
already
around.
running off.
Because, I mean, if we're going on the back of the cave, then if he rides around.
Well, does he know there's a back of the cave? 'Cause
Yeah.
when you told us there was a
Well, yeah,
back, I
but
wasn't there,
I'm
neither
saying
was he.
he's riding away, so maybe,
Well, it doesn't.
find him.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter because ultimately, Winston is not going. Sure.
Good question, Phantom. I don't know yet.
What is it?
He says, so the question I have is what has your character seen so far that suggests running with this party is good for your long-term prospects?
Yeah.
What if we never ask her what her name is? She always,
I like that. I
she
like
always,
that.
she
I
always
like that.
remains an
I'm
unknown
just the
character.
mysterious ranger
The
lady.
mystery girl.
No. Look, I'm not doing that all this whole campaign. So if she doesn't tell you, I'm putting the name up on the screen at some point.
Yeah,
Who's
it's
that
Yolanda.
girl?
Yolanda.
Who's that
Yeah.
girl? It's
If she
Yolanda.
doesn't, tell you her real name, I'm calling her Yolanda.
Yolanda. Yolanda Babushka.
Pushka.
Okay, so
Babushka.
what I was saying
I'm
is,
just taking notes for my world building right now for an NPC that I just came up with an idea for. So just.
so no,
Yeah,
right now,
Yolushka. It's Yolushka.
Yolushka, Yolanda. I think a great
Yolanda
name.
Babushka. She
So-
is a vendor.
Shorewin
She's a vendor
is.
of strange trinkets.
Oh, you just say vendor
That-
trinkets.
Yeah, I was like,
No.
Shorewind is not in
Sorry,
control.
I have a chest full of gold out there.
You know that lady on Labyrinth, right? That's in the junkyard collecting all this
the
stuff. That's Yolanda Babushka. That's the old lady collecting the trinkets.
Oh man, that's great. I love it.
So I was saying,
Labyrinth?
Yeah, with David
Yeah,
Bowie.
the trash lady in the.
Oh,
Yeah.
best movie of all time.
Heck yeah.
Never seen it.
Well, that and Princess Bride.
Princess Bride is
Oh,
the
Princess
best
Bride is
Bride
actually
is
number
so
one.
good.
Labyrinth is second place.
And,
Although, where do you
and-
put Dark Crystal then?
I've never seen it.
I don't really like Dark Crystal that much.
Way to be a child of not my time period.
I'm sorry. Like I've watched a few. I thought the cinematography is incredible. I think the puppet work is mind blowing. It's just
The
not my
story
type
is
of
stunning.
storyline.
Oh my gosh.
yeah, I know. Actually, I'm with you on that, Josh. I agree.
Thank you, John.
Next thing you're going to tell me is Never-Ending Story is a piece of crap, right?
Well, the first one was good, but the second one was a piece of crap.
It was
Watch
all
the
right. The
second
one
one.
that came after.
I
No.
thought that you started singing.
Have you guys seen? Oh, what's the movie? What's the movie?
I
Dang
feel
it!
like I feel like Evelyn's always on my wavelength.
What's the movie with the Cyclops?
Cyclops?
Clash of the Titans.
No, early, like I think 70s or 80s. Cyclops helps someone. Oh my gosh, why can't it? It's like Zalt.
Oh, that one. Oh yeah, the thing with the thing. Totally.
Oh, with the guy who did the thing and made the
The one that the dude that had like
No,
the tri.
Murphs.
No, the three-way blade that he could throw, and it does literally everything, and it comes back to him. And
Xena?
he's the worst actor I've ever seen in my entire
Xena the
life.
Warrior Princess, man.
Yeah. No, she had a thing like that.
What's
I
it
like
called?
me some
Oh,
Xena.
Krull. Thank you, Captain Redbeard.
Oh yeah, Krull. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Oh,
Planet Krull?
Antiquity said it above him. Yeah. Actually, quite a few said it.
I didn't see it until now. Yeah, Krull. Man,
Yeah.
I just remember the Cyclops the most because the Cyclops was just incredible.
Growl, growl, growl.
Thank you, call me Ben.
Oh, Willow is good too, but not best ever. Not even close.
Willow was impressive.
Well, of course it is. Most movies from that time period are.
Oh,
The Never-Ending Story made me cry so many times as a kid.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, not me.
Yeah.
Nope.
yeah,
The
it's that dude
horrors and
laughing at it.
Atreyu. and-
Yeah, not.
That sounds like psychological imbalance to me, Terry.
Yeah, I thought it was good. The second one almost made me cry because it wasn't
Oh.
good.
So I apologize. I have what is called emotions, John. You kill people at will, so I understand. You lost yours. So
He's been desensitized.
I have never ever had a reputation as a killer DM. I don't know how this is being foisted upon me. This is just it is unfair.
Highlander was good.
I'm gonna make you a badge.
did you just say Highlander was good?
Yeah, Highlander got thrown into the chat. Highlander was good.
Put that
Never
away,
seen
please.
Highlander either.
Yeah.
Well, you're like 10. We know.
I put some memes in the Discord. Also,
Yo,
in
I
our
see
group
it.
Well
chat.
played. I love it.
Yolanda Babushka.
Yeah, I
Yolanda Babushka.
Start.
She is my next of kin.
Oh my goodness.
Brim dies, that's who I'm bringing in. I'm staying with the monster races.
Yolanda Babushka.
Is that Brim's mom?
I'm still not sure which parent was the ogre and which was not, and I'm little.
It's clearly Yolanda Babushka.
Yolanda Babushka.
Brim, wow. John, how would you feel about me playing a goblin as my next character? A half goblin.
Half goblin.
Yeah, half goblin.
What's the other half?
Ogre.
Is it Dragonborn?
Oh yeah, Dragonborn.
So I've started developing a possible new character for some time in the future. He's half Tyrannosaurus Rex, half Dragonborn, and he's a monk with small arms.
You ever seen?
And if it's
Mario-
Blue
Super
Box,
Mario
he is
Brothers?
all dead.
And his name is Roarwing the Ferocious.
Roaring the ferocious.
Nah. If I'm bringing in a character next, he's going to be a wizard, and he's going to have horns. He's going to have a nice goatee, nice thick eyebrows, and salt and pepper hair. He'll have a long name, but everybody just calls him Tim.
Wait a minute. So they call you Tim?
They call me
you Tim.
All right. So let's get back to it. And
He's like, my players are getting out of hand now.
what?
Ring him
We're
in.
always out of hand.
What do you mean now? Now you're getting out of hand? Is that new? Welcome back to Blue Box, episode 35, entitled Fare Thee Well. And when we left for the break, most of our party was safely inside a cave they have been guided to by a newcomer who literally dropped from a tree into the back of their wagon at the beginning of the episode. The only member not safely ensconced inside said cave is in fact one Shorewind Tessel, Cavalier Extraordinaire, who sits atop his trusty but winded steed, Winston, who carries the slowly slumping into unconsciousness body of Shorewind Tessel atop said steed as he removes himself from combat and now will succumb to the natural unconsciousness that is a result of his -9. This -9 did in fact include blows to the body from a blade, so we'll be making some checks here in just a moment for Constitution to see if he's in fact still bleeding as he sits atop his steed. And in fact, I am going to make those rolls myself so that no one will. Actually, no. I'll let you do that, but I want you to Discord it to me, DM it to me, Terry.
All right. I can do that.
I want you to make a con check. So you're looking to roll underneath your Constitution, and then you're going to send me a thumbs up or a thumbs down in the Discord, and we'll discover what happens later. For the remainder of the party, you see what happens. You kind of hearing the blood-curdling cry, Brim move close enough to the edge to peer out, and you see Shorewind slumped over in the saddle, his hands gripping the reins of Winston as Winston sprints off into the distance. The one giant who is badly damaged chases after him, but the other one, you see its hand reaching towards you, Brim.
Nope.
And he's just going to like backpedal further into the cave.
Okay.
And if he gets his hand close enough, he's just going to use his blade to just stab outward at the hand.
All right. You actually do. Then as you do this, you back up. You manage to prick the hand with the edge of your blade, and it withdraws, and you see footsteps as it thumps off into the distance following the first, leaving Gimbal and Brim and she who shall not be called Yolanda at the front-ish of the cave, even as Lilith moves with Phineas and the body of Millie deeper into the cave as instructed.
I messaged you just
Okay.
so you know, John. I had a question.
So we see him, like, the other one go off towards where Shorewind went.
Correct.
If someone wants to check, I have the longest legs. I need to get to the cart, grab our chest, run back. I can carry it myself easy, but I need to make sure I'm not going to get sliced.
Yeah, man, I'll do it, Brim. I got it. And I'll stealth out as quietly as I can.
And you still have Pass Without a Trace as well, so
Oh,
Oh,
snap.
hot dang, that lasts a
Ah.
long time.
it lasts 1 hour per level, so it lasts for 5 hours right now.
Oh, snap, crackle, pop.
I will definitely stealth out.
Rice Krispies.
Do I need to roll for that, or am I good?
I'm sorry, what were you doing?
I was gonna like quietly stealth out to see it, make sure it's clear. from
Okay,
Brim.
yes. Yeah, go ahead and roll for me, please.
Yeah. I'll use advantage, because why not? Carry the 1. Is there a bonus with
Just
stealth?
Just give me the total roll, please.
32.
Yeah, okay. You sneak out. The blood is sloshy, or snow is sloshy with blood. It's melting everywhere from all the blood that has been poured into the snow. And as you trudge through the red slush, you see stealth was unnecessary. These frost giants are retreating into the distance, running full bore, chasing Winston, paying no mind now. Brim, you're able to go outside. You heave the chest off the wagon easily and in moments you're all back inside the cave.
Perfect.
All right. Good to go.
And this has I'm not great with all the inventory stuff. He grabbed his pack, which because he doesn't really carry all this stuff on him because he's wearing freaking half plate all the time. So he grabs his pack and then he grabs a chest. Was there anything else in the cart that, as a party, we needed from the cart?
Yeah, Brim, did you grab the chains for the chest also?
Yeah, of course. I'm not stupid. Here they are. Jigga, 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 jigga.
All right, what are you doing?
Brim, I can make that chest a little lighter for you.
How long will it last, though?
Oh, permanently. Just go
Sure.
ahead. Yeah,
Let's
set
just
it
get
down.
moving. Yeah.
Open up the chest. Open up the chest. Are you gonna open it up? Put the chains on it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Whatever you tell him to do, he's just like, blah, blah.
So then I'll just start scooping handfuls of stuff into my bag and scooping it over and over. And we're in a hurry, so I'm not gonna try to get every coin out of there, but I'm just scooping it.
Where's it going?
Yeah, you see
It's okay. It's okay,
enormous
Brim. It's
sums
okay.
of coins and items just being dumped into this sack. The sack is no bigger than this. And as they vanish, you see Brim's eyes just go wide. In moments, he's lightened more than half the load of the chest, and it's quite easy for you to carry.
You know what, Brim? How about you just pick it up and tip it? Here, I got it. I can carry it.
Brim lifts it up and tips it.
Okay, you empty all the rest of the contents into the bag. The chest is now empty.
Then I
Okay.
drop the chains in there and go, okay, let's go.
All right.
All right.
All right, Brim, can I get a ride?
Yeah.
Well, I'm already hunching
Oh,
down.
Yeah,
so
never
you're-
mind.
He picks up Millie, though.
Millie's
no,
on
Millie's
Phineas.
gone. Millie's
Yeah.
well down in
Oh,
the cave.
good.
She was atop Phineas, the wolf.
He's a big wolf.
Yeah.
Did you say Millie is on top of Phineas?
But Millie is on top of Phineas.
Yes.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Hey, Brim, do you think she'd let me ride her dog? That'd be like a horse for me.
I'm carrying Gimbal since he doesn't have to carry Millie, so he's just carrying him like a dog above the snow with the little feet running.
Okay, you make your way through the cave. In a couple of spots, it does get lower. It gets quite uncomfortable for Brim. Your back scrapes even completely hunched over, but then it widens out again. You go for some time, and you follow both your new guide, and you can hear the quietly padding steps of the wolf off in the distance. It seems like hours, but probably wasn't that long before you see a distant light at the end. And in moments later, you emerge on the other side, and as you look up, you see you're at the base of the mountain. You've come probably a good mile and a half underground through this cave system, and you're now at the base of the mountains. You can see the valley that leads toward the Kron Hills and out toward the Principality of Ulek off in the distance. There is no sign of Winston or Shorewin.
What do we do?
Where did he go off to? Did you see where he went?
Brim will point to his knowledge, but they went below the ground, so I'm guessing he probably doesn't have a good idea on what direction he is now.
No, it's not hard. I mean, you guys kind of get your bearings. Yeah, you can quickly see, the direction toward the east, which heads back toward House Jastrul and the Principality of Ulek. The mountains are still up above you. You're a good distance. You see no sign of the giants. You see no sign of Winston or Shorewin. In fact, here I'll pull up the map just to aid everyone in case you're having trouble visualizing this. And of course, we're going to the beautiful map of Anna B. Meyer. And this, of course, is the custom Greyhawk Awakening version of her map. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, I kept almost interrupting. He was headed back towards that way, or he was headed opposite that way?
Who?
Shorewin.
Winston.
Oh, Winston was kind of at a dead cant north and east. I mean, he was just heading directly away from the giants. You couldn't really make any determination as to where he was going to end up. All right, so here are the Lort Mill Mountains. you have gotten, sort of inside this area here. House Gistrul, which doesn't show up on this part of the map, but I wanted to show you kind of in the larger context. I'll give you the more close-up version here as well. This may help you. So here, this is the path that you were following into the mountains. So you'd guess you're somewhere up in this area, and the Gistrul estate is up here.
Would we know if Sherwin knew this area well enough to navigate it?
You know that he knows the Principality of Ulek. You don't really know if he's been up in the Lort Mills. He hadn't really mentioned that. And it was pretty obvious to Brim as Winston was racing away that Winston was in control of this endeavor at that point, not Shorewin.
Question for you, John.
Uh-huh.
Back at the caves, when all that transpired, it was. I'm wondering how much Gimbal knows about what Shorewind did, because he was back by Brim and he didn't get there till they were coming back out.
No, you don't know much other than what you heard. You know there was combat. You heard the shouting and the roaring. And then, as you came up, Brim was already seeing, pointing as Winston sped off into the distance.
I mean, I'm back at the. I'm sorry, I said
Okay.
cave. Back at the Dwarven caves.
Oh, okay.
When Millie died,
Yes.
and Shorewind was in the area with the dwarves, and then he came back out. Like, his distraught about the whole situation, about Millie, about all that. Like,
I'm not. What are you asking?
So I guess specifically, would Gimbal know that Shorewind tried to leave Millie there?
I'm going to say yes. You weren't in the room, but it was discussed and it wasn't hidden. And so I would see there would be no reason why you wouldn't be aware of that.
And then Gimbal saw Shorewind take off
Yes.
without explanation. Do I know that he was trying to lure them away, or is that too far out of assumption?
Well, by the time you got there, again, Brim had seen them first. I'll go ahead and let you make a. Hang on here. Let me have you make a check. Let's do. I don't know that sense motive makes sense at that kind of a distance, but.
I mean, I know he saw him back when we were still a group, and then again.
Yeah, go ahead and just roll a d20 for me, please.
Okay, I'll roll this regular. I got a 3 on the dice.
You're not sure. It doesn't seem like it would be Shorewind style to turn tail and run. He may have been trying to draw them away. But again, by the time you saw him, he was slumped in the saddle. So you're not sure what was going on.
Brim, I think we'll figure it out later. We need to get going.
I think Sherwin's smart, and I know Winston's smarter, so I know that they'll be able to make it back. We talked
Sure.
about heading back to Ashland's home. I hope he'll meet us there.
And of the giants. What of the giants?
They were running behind him, but it seemed that Winston had controlled the situation, blazing ahead in the snow.
So Shorin is alone
Yeah.
with 2 giants chasing him.
I guess that's what happens when you run off, though. So let's get back to safety.
As you guys are talking, Lilith kind of takes a step in the opposite direction and just stops and stands facing the other direction of the cave.
Okay. So what's everyone doing?
I'm waiting for the group to move forward to continue back, finish the trip we were taking. Obviously frustrated with the situation, but not paying too much attention to not knowing where Shorewind is.
Okay.
I trust him to make it back.
Then we'll meet him back there.
But we also need to make that choice as a group. Lilith, what are your words? What are your thoughts? And you, little one, what is your name?
I do realize I have forgotten to introduce myself. I am Alondra Tavain.
Sorry, one more time for me.
Elandra Tavain.
Alondra. I am Brim. You've caught us in a predicament.
It seems so. I mean, though you would have found yourself leaving all those tracks behind and making all that noise through the hills. The heavily armored knight that looked like he was mauled by a pack of wild bears sounded like several iron pots clinging together at full speed. So, well, it's no wonder that you drew some unwanted attention.
Yeah. Since you seem to know these forests and mountains much better than we do, what are your thoughts? Can a horse easily enough make it through these mountains? Especially one of a cavalier.
I imagine with a skilled enough rider, of course. Probably can make it.
Well, the rider's all right, but the horse.
Being should I just because of my skills with animals, would I have gotten a sense of the nature of Winston being different than an average horse?
I mean, everything happens so fast. I'll say, you have obviously a great intuition with animals. I'd say the most you would have been able to determine was that the horse appeared to be both extremely strong and almost fearless. The way that it charged into the teeth of that giant, you saw some of that action happening, and it was obviously very responsive to its rider. In fact, you've never seen a horseman and a horse with the sort of connection and the familiarity and the sort of dexterity that they moved almost as one. So that much you were able to pick up just in the few moments that you saw them in combat.
Would it remind her of her relationship with Phineas, like her connection to Phineas? That similar, like.
I mean,
bond?
not necessarily. I would say only in the sense that there clearly is a bond here, but you didn't sense necessarily the same kind of thing that you have with Phineas, and maybe it exists, but you weren't around them long enough to know.
Okay.
All you saw was, again, just this incredible connection between the two of them in combat and the fearlessness of this steed.
Well, by my best guess, then, with a horse like that, possibly we could make it through.
Brim looks to Lilith.
Lilith is still just back to the group. She's looking at from the direction that we came, and she's just standing there. Very still.
Are you in a hurry to get to where you were going to? I know that there are worse creatures that can be drawn by the scent of death, and with your friend here, you might not want to dawdle.
Lilith, we need to get going.
She doesn't reply. She's just standing again, just staring straight out.
Brim will walk to her.
Brim steps over to Millie. Elandra, you watch this. You see there is this very interesting connection. Did I not get it right that time?
You're right. It was just Millie and then Elandra.
It took us a little aback when you
I
said stepped
am two
over to
people.
Millie. And then Elandra. I was like,
Elandra.
Stop breaking my heart!
Don't go breaking my heart. All right, so you sense, you've been around adventuring parties before. You've had a little bit of time of your own. Of course, you've heard tales from your past, but you sense there's a very interesting connection between this group. They seem to be much less mercenary and much more family.
And Brim will rest. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Okay. Brim will rest his large, meaty palm on Lilith's shoulder. Not a lot of weight to it, just. Lilith. He'll just be looking down at her.
And she turns her head just to look at Brim's hand on her shoulder.
You see a bit of blood across the fingernails, some of them cracked and broken. You see his callous knuckles. And then you see his face covered in worry.
And as she kind of looks at his hand all bloody, she will put her hand on top of his, and she'll cast Cure Light Wounds. She won't say anything, she'll just cast. She just sees it and she'll cast it. For 11 points of healing.
Holy crap, okay. He holds it there and you see the nails stop bleeding as much. Oh no, not minus. Plus.
No,
And-
plus. I ain't hurting you.
Inflict light wounds.
He grips a bit, not tight, but just like with the warmth, he also grips your shoulder and.
We need to get Millie back. We have to trust Shorewin that he can make it back. In our state, there's nothing we can do for him. But I trust Winston, and I know you trust him more.
You keep rushing in. We're down one. We've lost Millie. And now Shorewin is gone. How do we know we're gonna find Shorewin?
We don't. But we have to be true to Shorewin as he is saving our lives right now. If he wasn't here, the Giants would be finding some way to get to us. We cannot let this time go to waste.
And she'll turn around and look at Gimbal. Gimbal, did you get the white sugar?
Yeah. And there's still clear anger in his tone. Yeah, Lilith. And he'll reach his hand into the sack. And he'll pull out just a handful. And go, yeah, there's plenty in here. And put it back.
How many days do we have left to get back to Ashton?
Do you mean how many days of travel or how many days before our time is up?
How many more days till our time is up?
I believe it's still 2 or 3 days. 2-day journey there. It's been a day. It's less than a day now. That's 3. We're there for a day and a half. 4 or 5. There should be a couple days left. So we should, with the help of this individual, should be able to get back. If you're willing to help us.
Of course. I like a good adventure and seems as good as anyone. And if I can help, like, whatever I can do.
So where you noticed there was a brashness and an urgency before, even a bit of, I don't know, just a very blunt demeanor. Now she seems a little more quiet, as though sensing the moment.
Is your hood still up?
She hasn't taken it down, no.
She hasn't taken it down? Okay. Lilith will kind of just curiously kind of try to see if she can look under the hood just being her normal curious self. It doesn't look like she's just kind of like.
And as she notices that, she kind of gives Lilith a bit of a curious, like, expression. You remind me. You're a druid, aren't you?
Yeah.
I've met some of your kind. And she'll lower her hood down at this point. And now you see, her hair is pulled back, some up, some down, kind of a mess of curls. There are some braids that cross across the top of her head. She has some leather bands that wrap around the top, and two slightly pointed ears of her half-elven nature. You see curious and very discerning, like, blue eyes kind of looking directly at you. Her skin is tan from being outside a lot. And she's a little dirty, but she's okay with that. But yeah, so now you can make her out a little better.
Lilith will notice her dirtiness and be like, nah. And just kind of step towards her. And just, you have nothing to hide here. I mean, look at us. And then she kind of like gestures up towards Brim and then like down towards Gimbal. And then she'll just look at Brim. All right, let's go. Sister of the dirt.
Sister of the dirt. Sisters of the dirt.
As we start heading back, I'll pull out some more. I still have some food left that I bought at Federum's at one of the stores, and so I'll feed Squeaks a little bit. I know we're gonna ration it out over the next day or so, and
Okay. All right. And you begin making your way east through the pass. It is more temperate down here, still chill with the grip of winter, but there's really no snow, just a good, strong, stiff chill. And you travel the first day, assuming you go through. Thank you so much for the sub.
DM,
Yes.
as we travel along, occasionally they'll see Elandra stop and pull out a bit of parchment and kind of make what looks like notations as they go, and then she'll put it back in her bag. But she'll just do that periodically as they're traveling.
Okay. All right, good. Patrick, thank you for the gift sub, and thank you, Short Mom, for the sub again. You make it without issue through the remainder of the day, seeing no sign of Winston or Shorewin. And assuming, just for sake of time, I'm just doing your checks through the watches.
And while you do that, John, during that night, Gimbal is just going to again get in his book, into his spells, as well as messing around with some of the vials that he has cured.
Okay. All right. Everybody gets 2 hit points of natural healing back through the rest. The watch goes uneventfully. So if you have any spells that you wish to cast or any healing you wish to do while you're traveling, you may.
That just for the 2 hit points you said, right? Our spells don't
Right.
come back.
No, they do. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, they do?
spells come
Okay.
back during long
Yeah,
rest.
when you get a full rest, and that's
Okay,
then we don't do short rests here. I mean, you
Yeah.
can do a short rest if you wish, but
Yeah.
it won't do anything
But
for
it
you.
doesn't do anything except let you sit for a few
Yeah.
minutes.
We're if you don't know, we're playing.
My legs are tired.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So basically, the first thing that she'll do once the new day started, she'll cast Pass Without a Trace on everyone again.
That is a handy spell. All right.
As she does that, she'll kind of talk to her and just say, "I can do that too, but only in my setting."
Yes, I can. As long as I make sure and have everything prepared, I can do it a couple of times a day. So,
It's very
useful.
handy. Yeah.
The remainder of the day passes, and it is late afternoon when you reach the outskirts of the Gistrul estate. You are spotted some distance ahead, and you see a pair of guards come walking out, accompanied by Hawk. You see Hawk is with them, and as they approach, you can see, and Hawk has a big, and I'll kind of show you here. This is the estate as you approach. Hawk has a big smile on his face, and the guards by him. But you see, he takes pause when his eyes lay on Ilandra, and then he looks at the rest of the party, and his eyebrows come up. Friends, where is... And then he looks at the body in wraps.
Lilith will come up to Hawk and just kind of, just enough to kind of just come close enough to him to just whisper in his ear. She'll grab his arm and just say, another time, not right now. We need to get the White Shiver to Ashram. Can you help us?
Of course. He's clearly distraught, but he heeds your wishes. Unlike the first time you were here, there is no bandying about with the guards. You are rushed inside, and in moments, you are face to face again with the sister, Jacia, of Ashran of House Throndale. And she also takes in what she sees as you come into that same chamber that you were in the first time. You see Ashran's body still atop that dais there in the middle of the room, and now I make my con checks to see if she survived these 5 days.
I swear we get back. Oh. Also, she's still.
You're
wrapped
just
in
gonna
my
add
cloak.
a notch to that title that you said you somehow got for no reason.
No, this is not Ashran you're seeing. This is Jacia, her older sister, who often has business here in House Gistrul. So you do see just the faintest rise and fall of Ashran's chest. Jacia takes the White Shiver. Thank you. I will take this to the healers immediately. But what has happened to the half-elf that traveled with you, and where is the cavalier?
Lilith just drops her head.
Gimbal will handle a portion of the White Shiver, the amount needed. Look over to... Is Millie with us? Is someone carrying her?
Yeah.
Is she?
Uh-huh.
Phineas,
Okay.
Phineas has
He's still on
Okay.
Phineas.
Yeah, we've ran into some unfortunate events, and I don't know the proper place, but we owe the elf, the Millie is her name, a great deal of respect, and I don't have an answer for the other one. And he turns off.
As you turn away, she nods. She says, whatever aid we can provide, the elves of House Gistrul are a kind people. I must get the White Shiver to the healers. This, they tell me, will still take some days. But please, whatever we can do, however we can help.
Hearing that, I will, again, if the group, if everyone, if our family, and I'll turn around and look at everyone, sees this a suitable place, then perhaps we could put her to rest.
No.
If she so necessarily needs it, or however you guys deem. And I will slump over my posture and walk out of the place, leaving it into you guys' hands. And you can hear him sob as he's walking out.
Thank you for your offer. But where she rests is for our party to decide. We already know her last wishes. Thank you.
And he will also stand at the doorway and wait for Lilith.
Jasiah seems to be about to turn away, but as she's listening to all this, she stops. What were her last wishes? If there is anything that we can do to help, to aid.
He looks to Lilith.
Oh no!
Yeah. Brem will walk back up to Lilith. Hold her by the shoulder.
She's to be buried at sea. Once again, this is for us, not for you.
And he bows.
I'm grateful for the offer.
At sea? How long has she been dead? You're going on 2 days now.
Okay,
You know,
I was like,
Now, there was a little bit of temporary preservation by nature of the cold and the freeze, but as you got and you were thawing out in the valley, she is definitely stiffening. There is now a faint odor that is beginning to emanate from her body.
just quick OOC. Like, what is, like, do they have, like, cremation back in the day? Like, would they have something like that?
Yeah, I mean, you would know enough. And yeah, sorry, Amanda, you missed it. We had your frost giant on earlier again tonight.
Yeah, we almost all died.
Yeah, we featured him in all his glory, and he almost TPK'd the party. So, you know that a burial at sea, often done, different cultures have different methods. Not uncommon to light a boat or a bier on fire and, put it out to sea. These are very common rituals that are practiced in certain cultures in Greyhawk.
So
She speaks up. Jasiah speaks up. I'm sorry, I must go, but I will speak to Lord Vatrol on your behalf. And she turns as she's walking away. You see a guard come walking in, kind of hastily. He turns and he whispers something to one of the guards that stands in the doorway, and all three of them go running out. They leave you alone in the hallway now, or inside the chamber. Jasiah has left. Ashran's body, barely alive, lays on that altar. The rest of the room is empty, and the guards have left.
Bram,
Yeah.
could you help me?
And he looks down at you with
Shoot. Sorry, go ahead.
no, with misty eyes, and he's just looking at you, just waiting for.
Can you help me take Millie off the wolf?
And he reaches down, he holds you by the back of the neck, and he puts his forehead to yours.
Always.
And he'll walk over and take Millie off of the wolf. Phineas.
Lilith. I don't think Lilith heard his name. Oh no, she did. Never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad. If I knew the name, I would call him Phineas. I would call him the wolf.
So you lift.
Sensitive.
You lift.
Druid.
Shame.
Gosh.
You lift the stiffening body of Millie off the back of this massive wolf. There is a cruel irony. The cloying smell that comes off her body reminds you of a paling, and to have this as one of the final memories of your dear friend to be mingled with such a horrible memory, it's as though the gods jest with you. Her body feels so light in your arms, fragile, as though just the slightest flex would shatter her.
As Brim lifts Millie off of Phineas, Lilith will again just give a little who's a good boy to her to Phineas for carrying Millie that entire way, and get up and again, just kind of like brush Millie's hair out of
So
her
hold on,
face.
before you do that, you made a mistake. So as you get close to Phineas and you scratch him and you say that, you get the biggest lap of a wet tongue right across the face. Slobber trails all up the side of your face. The wolf seemingly oblivious to the somber mood and the drama all around it.
So, Lilith, obviously very sad, feels the big lick on her face, and she kind of just puts her hand to her cheek after and just kind of smirks a little bit, and then gets up off the floor. And again, we'll stand by Brim and just kind of move Millie's hair out of her face. I don't think we can take her to the sea in this way.
As you say this, you hear a clatter. And yeah, Renreb, good question. You hear a clatter, and you see the guards come back in, and they're struggling with something. As they get closer, you see the body of Shorewin Tessel being carried among them. His armor covered in blood, his head lolling to the side. A horse! A mighty steed, on its last legs, nearly dragged itself into camp with this one atop its body. Is this not your ally?
Yes,
Yes.
yeah. Yes, it is. And Lilith will kind of look over at Brim just to make like, are you got her? Kind of okay, and then she'll go over to Shorewin.
You move over to Shorewin. The guards, they lay him down on the ground. Again, his body just kind of limply falls over. You put your fingers to his neck.
And? No?
There's a beat. Slow, barely there, thready. There is just the slightest ebb of life left in Shorewin Tessel.
Can you not kill all my friends? That would be great. Lilith will cast Stabilize.
Okay, this time, as you stabilize, you do feel that there is life in what you're stabilizing.
Finally. And she'll look up at the guard. Is there anything you can do for him? Here.
The guard, he starts to respond to you. You see he's shaking his head, and then his eyes kind of go like this, and he snaps to attention. There is nothing he can do, but there is something I can. And you look over your shoulder, you see the same man you saw the first time you were here, Lord Vartrell, the ancient elven patron of House Justrul, apparently, based on what you can see by timing, summoned here by Jacia, comes walking into the room. His golden armor, his colorful tabard, he seems to glide across the floor with a grace and a dignity, but this time more engaging with you. Last time it was almost a perfunctory acknowledgement. This time he seems to actually be engaging. He stands several feet away, and he looks over. He shakes his head. Mortal lives so easily taken. You have my condolence. And he nods toward the body of Millie.
Brim is bowing on one knee.
Would you be able to help us? We need to get her body to the sea.
This is
But
why I came. He cut you off. This is why I came. I cannot aid your fallen friend, but I can see you through our magics ferried to the sea this very day. But this one, and he kind of nods down toward Shorewin. He lives?
Yes.
Can you heal him?
Tomorrow.
We've slept. If you had anything,
Oh. All right.
your spells will come back.
And
I
he
mean
stabs.
today. Sorry.
Been a rough trip.
Yes, sorry. As he says that he can help us with Millie via magic, she will kind of look back. Sorry, Gimbal, did you leave or are you
I did.
there?
Gimbal
Oh,
is
okay.
out of the area.
She'll look at Brim. What do you think, Brim?
Brim raises his head, looking between you and the Elf King.
We are nowhere near the sea. I don't know how we can make it there. It's the only way to honor her wishes. And not doing that would be wrong by her.
I say we do it. But first,
And if we haven't already taken Millie's dagger off of her, the magic one, I just start pillaging her. No, I take the magic dagger.
we hold on to this. For one reason only. We'll talk later, but... Great King, if it be your wishes to help us, please. We are in your debt.
We just ask for some time before you go ahead with it, if we may have it.
Time. Time for what?
Just say our last goodbyes.
You will have time there with her. I will give this to you. But you need to wake this cavalier. I have something for him.
And with that, Lilith will kneel down to Sherwin and cast Cure Moderate Wounds. For 22 points of healing.
22?
Yes, 22.
All right, just so everybody knows, Shorewin, Shorewin had fallen to -11. He has a +3 con bonus, so -13 is true death for him. He managed to stabilize after his second failed con check, but it was Winston who ferried him safely here. A remarkable mount to that. Shorewin, you sputter. The last thing you remember, you were slumped over as Winston sped away, hoping beyond hope that you could draw these creatures away from your comrades. You are disoriented as you look up and you see faces all around you, including the ageless face of Lord Vartrell standing over the top of you, his golden garments gleaming brightly, almost to the point of blinding. You see Lilith's hand lifting and concern in her eyes.
Lilith, is everyone all right?
And as Lilith's kind of kneeling down on the floor, looking at Sherwin, she just nods her head and says, "If they didn't kill you, I was going to. I don't know why you keep rushing off on your own like that."
It was to keep you all safe. And it seemed to have worked ever so slightly.
Ever so slightly.
You, Shorewin Tessel. You seem to be a man of some importance. I have missives often with the nobility of the Free City. Sir Han, just 2 days after you left, learning of your arrival here, has instructed me to return you to the Free City of Altamira with, as he said, all due haste. And so I will, in return for this favor. And he reaches into his pocket. He's got 2 gray stones, smooth gray stones, about the size of a robin's egg. Gimbal, you watch in fascination as he waves.
I'm not there.
Oh,
He's not there.
oh, that's right. You walked out. Well, you would have
Brim
watched.
watches in fascination.
You would have. Gimbal would have watched in fascination. As he waves his hand over the top of these gray stones, you see they start to light with some sort of glyphs atop them. And when he stops, they glow for just a moment longer, and then they go dormant. He holds them out, and he offers them toward Shorewind. As he holds out his hand, you see one stone has waves, just like a simple symbol of waves, and the other stone has a symbol atop it which looks like a tower. These are traveling stones. They will turn to dust once used. This one will take you to the south, the very edge of the Principality of Ulek, and you will find yourself on a coast, a most beautiful place. I have laid some to rest there myself. The second stone will take you to the Free City. He turns, without another word, spins on his heel and walks out.
As he's walking out, Lilith will just say, "Thank you."
Thank you.
Shorewind's still kind of reading everything that's gone on because he was not expecting to wake up at this location.
Or at all, perhaps.
Yeah.
Are you standing, Sherwin?
I'm going to start, after all that, I'm going to start standing up. Where's Winston?
Lilith will put her hand on you before you actually get up, and she'll just kind of like, you'll feel pressure on your shoulder. She's trying to just make you sit down. She's not very strong, but she'll try. Now is not the time to stand up, Sherwin. Winston brought you here. They said he was in rough shape. We haven't checked on him yet, but we can go if you'd like.
I need to know.
Let's go get Gimbal first, and we can head out there.
All right, so they walk out. Elandra and Brim, what are you doing?
She's probably very confused. She's like, what's happening?
Yeah, Elandra, you're deeply confused.
Is this a normal day for your friends?
You're the only one that's there.
Weirdly enough, yeah.
All right. In moments, you're all back outside. And yes, sure, when you step out, you see Winston there, his chest still heaving, his noble head, he lifts it. But even as he's doing this, you see there is a slender elven woman. She's wearing a simple, looks like almost a homespun green robe, and she has a little circlet around her head. And she lays her hand on Winston's neck. Even though you don't sense any danger from her, there is a sort of an immediacy of concern that washes over you until you see this soft white glow that suffuses over his body. And Winston immediately perks, and he kind of stamps a bit and whinnies. And the lady, she doesn't even make eye contact with you. She just pulls her head back down and quietly walks away.
Jordan's going to walk up to Winston. Burn. And to remove his armor.
You see all of the armor dissipates. And you see his body, even though he has been somehow both healed and the wound is gone, the fatigue is gone, but his coat is still slicked with sweat. And as you touch him, you just, again, you feel that strong bond. And now, Elandra, you are closer and you're watching this. You are sensing this. There is an incredible bond between these two.
And Shorewind's going to do something that nobody's ever actually seen him do. He's actually going to go up to Winston and hug him around the neck. Thank you, friend. Thank you for taking care of me.
You see Winston's response is just to straighten his neck. He lifts his head high, almost assuming like a statuesque pose, as though this has instilled a sense of pride and worth in him. As this is all happening and you see this, more guards come walking over, and they're carrying something among them. In moments you see they place down right beside Winston a wooden boat about 7 feet long, and it's filled with wood. We were instructed by Lord Vartrell.
Thank you.
Shorwin's gonna look at one of the guards, just whoever's closest to him. Where's my sister?
She is here. She is resting. Would you like her brought?
Yes, please.
Okay. What's everyone else doing?
Lilith will look at Shorwin. Do you know how those stones work? How do we use them?
And Shorwin will look at the DM and go, "Does Shorwin know how those stones work? Has he ever used them before?"
No, you've never seen anything like this, but it was clear from, from the way that Vartrell gave you the instructions. It seemed to something as simple as possession and intent.
I believe. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Real quick, DM, I did send you a text just now.
Okay.
I just wanted to.
And Brim will be looking for Gimbal if he's not around.
Yeah, I'd be there by the fountains, and somewhat intentionally ignoring Shorewin as you guys exit, but just focus on the fountains. This flowing of cool waters, every now and then taking a sip, and just standing there.
Shorwin will look at Lilith and I believe with these stones, you hold them and the magical, and as you know, I'm not the most magical of people, but my understanding is you hold them and think and visualize where you want to go with them, and they will take you there. I would guess that Gimbal would know more, but before that, I want to apologize to you, to the others as well. I tried my best to pull those giants away, but it appeared one simply wanted Gimbal. I'm sorry that I couldn't pull them away faster.
Don't apologize, Shorwin. I'm just glad you're okay. And she'll, if Shorwin will let her, you'll see her hand kind of reach up to touch your cheek. She's very cautious about this because she understands Shorwin's layers. She's just wondering if she's peeled enough to be able to just give a gentle caress on his cheek. We are married after all.
We are. And Shorwin doesn't move from the movement.
And as she kind of places her hand on his cheek, she just kind of nods. And she'll head over to Winston and just fix his braids. Obviously, there's no more flowers left in there, but she will fix the braids. And again, just making sure that bolt is still braided in there very well. And just kind of lean into Winston, brushing his cheek and just whispering in his ear, thank you for bringing him back. In one piece.
As you do this, he actually lowers his head from that statuesque pose, and he gives you a nuzzle.
That's good, because the last interaction I had with Winston, he flicked his tail with me.
Wow, I didn't mean to damage you like that. The guards all step away, leaving you alone. In moments, Githa returns. You see she's followed. She runs towards Shorwin. Brother! She throws her arms around you. And then she kind of holds you back at arms. By the gods, you look awful!
Shorwin just kind of chortles a bit. Indeed, we ran into some complexities, I guess would be the best way to put it. It was a long journey.
Well, can we get out of here? I mean, the elves have been nice and all, but I just feel creepy being around elves.
Indeed. I've been called away to the Free City. I wish you to come to accompany me there. I don't want you to leave my side anytime soon. It's been too long.
Couldn't get rid of me, brother. She gives you a solid punch. You're reminded of her strong half-orcish view. She gives you a solid kind of punch to the arm. It actually hurts a bit with all your wounds.
Oh, indeed.
All right, what is the party doing?
If everybody's there, are we ready to go?
Did someone go get Gimbal?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Brim
Brim did.
Brim will have laid Millie down in the boat, and then he's going to walk over to the fountain where Gimbal is. And
Do you want help up?
Big, heavy sigh. Nah, I'll walk this time.
I didn't mean so much physically.
Yeah, me either.
All right.
and he'll follow Gimbal back to the group.
You see Brim returning with Gimbal after a somber word is exchanged between the two of them. There is just awkwardness abounding in all directions.
I don't know if it's really my place, but if you don't mind an extra companion, I'd like to stick with you, maybe, if I can help. But
Shorwin
Well,
looks. Oh,
Go ahead. No, go
Okay.
ahead.
Shorwin looks at Yolandri finally for the first time, because obviously really hadn't had a chance to look at her. And then he looks back at the party. You led them back here?
best I could. It's what I do, sort of. Kind of, sometimes.
Do you have your bow on you?
Yeah,
Okay.
she would be.
So he looks at the bow. And you're good with that?
Yeah. I'd say so.
He looks again back to the group, looks back at her. I've tried my best to protect these, what I consider friends now, with my time with them. We've lost somebody. Almost lost another. And another was lost and then came back. Needless to say, it's been a rough time recently for us. I've got to take my leave. I've got some business to take care of. I have a sister to take care of. They're going to need somebody to help them. Just be prepared for the worst. I learned that lesson fairly quickly when I encountered them. But if you're willing, and he looks back at the other three, and if they're willing, please stay with them. Shorwin's going to turn to the group. I apologize, friends. Sir Han has called me back, and I must leave. My sister is safe again. It's been too long. I'm going to head to the Free City.
And Lilith will grab Shorwin's hand, whether or not he resists. If he resists, she will pull. And she'll look at Shorwin. Family.
Yes. The first ones I've had in quite some time.
We have a
Lilith.
stone.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Lilith. Thank you. You're unique, a bit odd, but your attempts to to get to know me. I appreciated them, though I may not have shown them at all times. You are a grounding force for this group. Keep them grounded as you do, and more than likely you'll find many more little objects to add to that bag. Just avoid the snow for future reference. It just turns to water.
And she'll kind of look down at her pocket and like pat that pocket again that had the snow in there, and just kind of be a little disappointed in it. Thank you, Sherwin. But before you do leave, I think it best for you to come with us to say goodbye to Millie. It's only right before you leave.
I will say goodbye in my own way. When called by Sirhan, you go to Sirhan. It's a lesson I learned long ago.
And with a reluctant sigh, Lilith will just nod her head and hold out her hand. As in, like, give me a trinket to remember you by, you SOB, because you cannot leave me without giving me a trinket.
Joan reaches underneath the mangled armor, for it still has many rips and punctures in it, as has yet to be repaired. But inside, he reaches in and pulls out a coin. And it's a coin that was given to him long ago, when he was still living at home, his parents still alive. And his father gave it to him and said, "Keep this with you at all times. Don't use it. Don't give it to anyone. Keep this so that you remember where you come from." I've kept this a long time. My father is dead. My mother is dead. You are my family now, and will always be. And he hands Vivi the coin.
Vivi's not there, but Lilith will take it.
At least I didn't call you Winston.
All right, you hand her the coin.
And Lilith will take it and just kind of clutch it close to her heart, and nod. And she will take off her... Oh, hang on one second. Oh, she doesn't have that anymore. She will go into her pockets and pull out teeth. Her array of teeth. And she'll pull out a canine and a molar. And just one of your front flat teeth. 3. The first time she's ever given out more than one. Ever. And she'll give it to Shortwind.
He'll hold his hand out, and teeth placed in. Small smile, looks at her. "Thank you." And he puts it back into the pouch that's underneath his armor.
And then before he turns away, she'll just give his armor another, like, ting ting ting, like she normally does. Take care of yourself.
Will. Sherwin will step over to Brim. We may not have seen eye to eye when I first arrived. I didn't know what to make of you. Large, strong, but a warrior nonetheless. Those first battles together, you impressed me. I've seen your ferocity, but I've also seen your kindness. You're the heart of this group. know that wherever you go, people may fear you until they know you. But once they know you, they'll never fear you again. Thank you, friend, for fighting alongside me.
Brim, saying nothing, will reach out his hand to Shorewin. And like a...
Yeah. And Shorewin will take it. You're a brother to me now.
He pulls him in close.
Don't die. Brother.
Shoves you back away.
He turns to Gimbal. You, my friend. Can I, real quick, Rory, am I able to tell the scorn on your face at this point?
Yeah.
Okay, good. You, my friend, seem to have either not fully understood my motives or not been party to everything that I've done. Know that everything I've done since shortly after we've met has been to help this group. And though at times your foolishness grated on me, your intelligence keeps these others safe. Regardless of how you feel about me, friend, continue to use that intelligence for the good of this group. Because if you do, they will be able to accomplish anything.
He sigh. I sigh, and it's very visible. And I look at you, look up at you, look and see your. Is you can tell. I look at your eye that's been affected, and shift back to your good eye. And just nod and shrug my shoulders. You see a little bit of a softening, and the facial expressions become much more soft, and just shrug in kind of a defeat and walk over to Millie.
Now, friends, take the stone. Take Millie where she needs to go. We will come across each other again sometime. I know. Stay safe.
Before you leave, Lilith once again will just say, family.
Family. And with that, Shorewin will walk away. So I had picked up. I hadn't said this, but I had picked up the stone for the free city as I headed out. So I have my stone with me. Did anybody?
Well, you had bow stones. They were handed to you.
Yeah.
Oh, they were both. Okay, so that's okay. So I'm gonna take one stone when she says family, and I'm gonna hand Lilith the other stone. And one last. I know you were closest to her. Know that she fought well, and she lived well. Take care of her wishes. With that, he's going to take Winston's, and he's just going to start to walk away a little bit.
Wait, I didn't say goodbye to Winston. It's okay.
You had a nice goodbye moment with Winston.
I did.
So he's going to use the stone then to go to the free city.
All right, you see Shorewin clutches the stone in his hands, As he casts a final gaze across the party, his sister by his side and Winston's reins in his hand. And in just moments, you see a brilliant flash of blue light. And suddenly, he vanishes, leaving you in the courtyard alone. You have the other stone in your hand, Lilith.
Lilith will just take a second. She's kind of just looking at her feet right now. As he kind of disappears off, she just kind of wipes a tear from her cheek and takes a deep breath and turns around to the group. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, let's go.
Alondra. I know this isn't something you want to do or what you're looking to do, but you're welcome to come with us if you choose it. I don't really know what you had planned, but
I'm just looking for a good adventure. So I'll go. Be happy to join.
okay. And she'll kind of look at everybody before. And actually, she'll look at Gimbal. Gimbal, do you know how these things work? I don't think I should be the one in control of this. I'm not really sure how to use it.
Yeah, by what Sherwin had mentioned, I have a good idea.
Okay. And she'll just pass it to Gimbal. She doesn't want to mess anything up for whatever reason, just because of the importance and the significance of what the stone is and what we're doing. She will pass it off to Gimbal.
Yeah, so, let's go ahead. Let's all get close. And, we all ready?
Yes.
All right. With these words to one another, you see Gimbal holds the stone in the same fashion that Shorwin had moments before he vanished. And as he concentrates, you all feel a sense of vertigo. It's as though your stomachs are about to come through your rib cage and up into your nostrils. Your heads are dizzied. There's a powerful sense of disorientation as everything blurs around you. You see coruscating lights that swirl around your head, and in moments, staggered and blinded, you find yourself in an utterly different part of the world. There is the instant smell of salt. You see that you stand on a seashore of white sand, and several things catch your eye all at once. As the waves gently lap up against the shore, you see there is a huge citadel and what looks like a massive keep that sits atop a stone that's almost like an island unto itself off the shore. You can barely make out what looks like a walkway that goes to the mainland, which apparently it's pretty easy to see. In high tides is inaccessible, in low tides would fall. There is the afternoon sun hangs low in the sky, and there is a peacefulness here, a sense of repose. And as you look down, you see the boat with Millie's body resting atop it, lays right there on the edge of the water.
Brim will take off his pack, drop it onto the ground, and just so it's known, he grabbed his teddy bear back, and he got his cloak from Ashrin, which I'm guessing Ashrin did not come with us. And he will pull out a long, slender object of the, I'm still trying to remember what it was called, but the wine or the rum that Millie loved.
Rondish brandy was what she had last.
Rondish brandy. This is the to the watchers. This is the Throndish brandy Brim fought at the very second episode of the campaign.
I was hoping one day to share this with her. I bought it when I found out it was her favorite. I don't drink, but I think today's an exception.
Brim, as you say these words and as you pull the teddy bear and a couple of these items, you see there's a scroll sticking out of one of Millie's pockets you hadn't noticed before.
Rem will, with the lowest perception of the group, will go over and grab the scroll from the pocket.
Yeah, you were the one digging through pockets and whatnot, so I figured it
Oh,
made
yeah,
sense.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I have a reason.
Okay, so as you pull this out of the pocket, and viewers, you don't want to leave now, trust me. As you pull it out of the pocket, you see the scroll, and as you read through it, you hand it to Gimbal. It's difficult for you to read, but you hear the voice of Millie in your own heads as you read through it.
Greetings, dear friends. I must say, I am proud that upon my demise you would rifle through my pockets. I have no great hope of seeing the dawn again upon my death, so if you can, please take me to the sea as I have asked before. If, for whatever reason, I am gone in the most final of ways, I cannot leave things without having the final word. I would imagine you all would expect no less of me either, after all. I've been thinking quite a bit lately about Gimbal's words about making our peace, and I suppose this is my best way of doing so. I am aware I should be asleep right now, but I needed to get these thoughts down before, for whatever reason, I'm not able to do so. Therefore, I sit here in the quiet of this odd elven manor house while our friend Ashrin clings most fiercely to the threads that fate has woven for her, and I find myself thinking about what lies ahead of us on this journey. I do very much hope that when and if you have come across these pages, it is well after we have recovered the White Shiver and have aided Ashrin. So I write this from that perspective. I hope you are all in otherwise good health, and that she has returned to keeping you all safe as she does so very well. To my dear friends, the Wayward Bolt, may you journey on and cause a great deal of mischief, particularly you, Gimbal dear. Lilith, my dear, sweet chosen sister, I do so hope you never lose your spark of wonder and curiosity. May you fill many beds with grains of sand pulled from your pockets, and may your pockets be forever filled with the most wondrous of things. Also, I have a small sewing kit in one of my pouches that I think you might like very much. There are threads of different colors inside, and I believe you might enjoy having it. My flask is also yours. Take a drink or two for me? I filled it this evening with some of the Frondish brandy. Ashrin, I must thank you for all of your aid in our time together, however long it might be. Also, I still believe you would very much enjoy meeting my sister, Celira. So if you ever find yourself in Gradul at the Church of St. Cuthbert, you should ask after her. You both have much in common, which is in your care and protection of others, even if it is, at times, at the sacrifice of niceties. Gimbal, every coin I carry should go to your usage for your spell components, as I know you need quite a bit of gold to keep yourself well supplied. I have one request, however. Please set some aside for the very most mischievous of your magics in my honor, as I would think there would be few better gifts than that. Keep our friends on their toes and hold on to your own. Brim, you are the most lovely person I have ever met, with a heart that rivals your stature. I am so very glad to have had the pleasure of having even been considered worthy to be called your friend. I do hope, along your journeys, that everyone might be able to look past whatever preconceptions that they might have of you and see you for who you are. You bring a light into the darkest of places, and everyone should be so fortunate to know you. Shorwin, I am having the greatest difficulty to know where to begin with you, shiny man. I have known you for a shorter time than our other companions, and yet you remind me so very much of someone who I once held very dear, and so I do forget, at times, that our friendship is still very new. I do hope you understand I mean that in the most complimentary fashion. Thank you for being the protector of us all, and being a kind ear to a woman who has needed one. You are skilled with a blade, and you do what you deem is right. Your convictions make you a rare person. I do hope someday you might resist your worst impulses to charge face first into death. Ashrin is beginning to develop those little lines between her eyebrows and is becoming increasingly anxious. Do it for her, if nothing else. I do so hope that you might find whatever else it is that you are seeking. Also, make sure to give Winston an extra apple from me. My friends, fight well, be brave, and whatever you might do, do it in style. I love you all more than you could possibly ever know. Your friend, and the most spectacular swashbuckler you will ever meet, Millie Vontamp.
As her voice seems to echo through your heads as you read the words, as Gimbal reads them aloud, there are 100 memories that flood your mind, and countless instances with Millie. And I would ask my viewers and my players, direct your attention to the screen. I want to thank Rory for what he has put together here, and I hope you will enjoy this. I did. So I have left the players live up in the top left, so you're seeing live the reaction to the players.
Hold out a little pot, and she'll open it up, and she'll smell it, and it's the flower one. So she'll put her finger in there, and then just gently rub it behind her ear on both sides, and then close it back up and put it back in her hip.
Millie's like a little bit like, what is happening right now? And then realize what she's doing because she saw her, Lilith do it earlier in the shop and goes, thank you, dear, I appreciate it. I will say this. I was raised by my grandmother for the formative years of my life. Her name, Wilhelmina. It is my given name. Millie is what I prefer to go by.
Look at that beard, Josh.
But there was a day my sister was getting ready for her going away to study in the church, and I had a window of opportunity. I took what very little possessions I was allowed to have and what little coin I managed to steal, and I snuck onto a ship. And I left.
Right, like shoulder to shoulder, kind of. She'll just kind of lean over towards her a little bit and kind of nudge her, and then she'll go through her pockets again and pull out that pot of flowers, that little thing, and she'll take the cork off, and then she'll just go and like put a little bit behind both of her ears.
Before you get up though, with the second nudge, Millie will put her hand up and kind of give you a little like half hug of just quiet things. Have you ever thought of joining a pirate crew? I think you'd be quite good amongst a group of sailors. I like your style, is what I'm saying, and I think it might be of use.
So she's gonna flip Gareth's dagger in her hand and just stick it through the back of his neck.
Thunk! You feel his spine sever. As it's coming down, with your dagger, you come right up, you catch it beneath the chin. You drive your blade up through its jaw. You see the head snap back. And the orc falls over, dead.
You know, Millie, do we really have to kill everything?
Well, they were trying to kill us first. I think they brought this on themselves.
I suppose.
As Millie sees Gimbal fall, she just goes, no! And she just charges towards that.
Tell me what it looks like.
So, Millie is just pissed off because she and Gimbal, they were developing a very, very good bond, I think. And she is just not having it. And so she just gets up to him and with both her rapier and dagger, slice his head off in just a X-cross motion. Just
Mano y mano, hand upon hand. It is combat between Millie and the mage that has plagued her. Tell me what it looks like, Millie. Yeah.
I'm gonna one this guy. You, sir, you cinched my coat.
No! I can't be, no! He falls to the ground. You bring your rapier through. You drive it through his shoulder. I want you to tell me what it looks like. You catch this out of the corner of your eye, Brim, because you're standing in front, kind of to the side. You can see this. You suddenly see Millie's rapier plunge through the neck of Storgajol. Those nat 20s.
You can come sit up here next to me. I have this nice blanket. There's plenty of sleep here.
That, and he'll like, as if you were Brim, he is next to you and under the blanket.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Of course. Do not chastise this girl. She has done nothing wrong. It is not her fault, and I will not have you speak ill of my friend. I hope you are feeling better now. That was a very bad bit of nastiness earlier.
It was a bad bit of nastiness of whatever I got. That was awful. But we're feeling much better now. Are you sure I can have some of that rum? That's delightful. I've never had it before. I'd like another glass of that, please, if I could.
Millie's gonna reach into her. She has a pouch on her head.
Ah, the resurrection of Gimbal.
I don't know if anyone's standing directly next to her, but she's gonna open it, and if anyone is close enough, they would see there's a small steel vial and a couple of other things in there, and a single crossbow bolt. And she's gonna take that crossbow bolt out of her pouch.
That crossbow bolt, that was important.
This might seem like a simple thing, but it is a very valuable thing to me. But not only that, we together are the wayward bolt. If I am ever to die anywhere except for on the sea and I cannot be brought back, take me to the sea. That is where I wish to be.
You know what I would find when I left, but what I didn't expect to find is you guys. And what I've always known as a Greyhawk is not to trust outsiders. They're frowned upon, and people who worship money or value money shouldn't be trusted. And Millie, especially you, have proven the opposite of that.
Are you going to lay her down? As you lay her in the cart, Lilith will go back and just kind of make sure that she's wrapped up, warm, even though she's passed, but just because it's Millie. She'll sit on the cart beside her, and in her pockets, she'll take out the little pot that Federum gave her, and she'll open it up, and she'll, like always, she will just take some and place it behind her ear like she normally does. And she'll brush the hair out of her face. Just kind of tuck her in the back of the cart. Before going to the front of the cart, she'll just kind of brush her cheek and tell her that she's as beautiful as she always is. And she'll just kiss her on the forehead and cover her up. And then
resume to the front of the cart and look back at the group and just press forward.
Also, Osler, how much would it cost me to buy a round of ale for the entire bar?
Oh, well, Millie, would you simply flash me your dazzling smile?
Oh, of course, dear. I'd be ever happy to give you a smile.
Then drinks are all around! Huzzah! Everyone, he says this. All the patrons look around. Everyone kind of throws up their hands. There's a cheer. All the serving ladies, they begin to bustle around as drinks are offered with nothing more than Millie's smile. Nothing more than Millie's smile. All the artwork, thank you to all the fans, all the fan art, just beautiful stuff that's been created. And wait, we have one last word.
Dear Harunius, Sadar, I seem to have lost a sister today. I didn't know what it was like to have family, really, until father. But I also didn't know what it was like until Gimbal to lose family. Millie's not coming back, is she? If not, just accept her. She had wings here on Earth, on Greyhawk.
All right.
She lifted us all up.
Sorry,
May she be lifted up as well. Amen.
And let's give Rory a hand. Well done, sir. I can't imagine how many hours you spent pouring through content to make that happen. Thank you to all of our fans. Thank you to all the players who've allowed us to go a bit long tonight. As we conclude the session, oops, that's not the camera angle you want to see. Take a look at that one. That's great. I think I dropped one of my cams. Let's go with that one. That's more like what I'm looking for. Millie's body lays in repose atop the pyre built for her by the guards and House Justrul. The waves gently lap against the side. It seems like words to be spoken have been spoken. The gentle breeze blows as the dusk sky and the orange hue of the sun hangs low on the horizon. What do you do?
Lilith will just come and unwrap Millie's body from the wrappings that she had her in before. She'll take the pin out of her hair and braid it, just as she did back in when they were back in the caves with Gimbals, the gnomes, and braid it like she did. She remembered back when she braided her hair that last time, she said that she hadn't had it done in a long time. And as she's just gently braiding her hair, she takes out that scent, that pot scent of flowers, and again just puts a little bit behind her ears. But this time, instead of placing it back in her pocket, she will leave it with Millie. And she'll turn to Gimbal. Do you have one of Millie's daggers I could just borrow for a quick second, Gimbal?
I believe one is still on her, and Brim took the other.
And she'll just very gently just kind of maneuver her coat around over just to see if she can find the dagger. And she takes the dagger and just looks at Millie and says, "You're the closest thing to a sister I have ever had. Thank you." And she will cut some of Millie's cloak just probably about a piece about like this big. Just being careful to get the edge where the embroidery was, like the mold embroidery, and she'll take a little piece of that and just kind of sit beside her after she's done braiding her hair. She'll fix the bolt around her neck just so that it sits just so, and quietly prays, and then she'll get up. Brim, Kimball.
Yeah.
Sorry, is her flask on her? She would take that too if that was on her hand.
It was, yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah, she would take that too, just as a letter said.
Okay.
We're just pushing this out, or what are we doing?
Don't forget to get all her gold. She left that to you.
Yeah. And I'll go ahead and do a final search. The, Gimbal thinking that it was all on the chest, but with that he'll gently look around to see if there was anything else.
Okay. You have all of her gold.
I'll send that to.
Anything else? Anyone?
Seems.
I can.
Brim was thinking about leaving the brandy in the boat since we have the flask.
Okay.
Just.
Are we pushing it out, or are we lighting it?
1 second. Lilith will kind of get up and look around. Is there flowers anywhere near that she could collect quickly before they push up the... Nothing?
No, you're on a beach. It's a white sand beach, and there's some scrub brush. It is still winter here as well, so yeah, there's no flowers.
As hard as it is, yes, I'm ready.
Okay. So what do you do?
Gimbal, are you going to light it? Push it out?
Yeah, I can do that. Brim, if you want to get ready, Lilith, if we want to walk it out, or if you want to get ready to push it, and I'll go ahead and get my hands, and in the fashion that I do, rub them together. But instead of thrusting them forward, I'll rub them together and then just place them down as flames start to surround my hands and just softly catch the wood on fire.
In mere moments, the wood catches quickly, and the flame erupts from Gimbal's hands into the wood. As you push off the boat, the flames begin to climb higher, casting amber hues all over your faces. And as the flames erupt around Millie's body, she floats out to sea. The strange hues the flames cast across the waves, the distant but majestic keep that sits just to the right, casting a beautiful backdrop as her body, in keeping with the last wishes of Millie Von Toth, floats slowly out to sea. And that's where we'll stop tonight. Thank you very much to all of our viewers. I know we got a lot of questions from the viewers. We won't be able to get to any of that tonight. Shorewind, you'll just have to wait and see. But well role-played all. Thank you for everybody that stayed. Gimbal, especially Rory. That was incredible. I don't know how many hours you spent on that video, but it must have been a lot.
The best.
It was absolutely, absolutely incredible. We still have our giveaway to give. Thank you for everybody sticking with us. And Rory, you were supposed to be gone like an hour ago, dude. So I just thank you. Hopefully you're not in trouble with anybody. Hey, thank you so much, Trollord. Thank you to all of our friends and fans. We're going to quickly do our giveaway. We didn't hit 100 today, but I know we got close. We were up in the 80s. I think we might have got close to 90. So we're right there. So maybe you'll put me in that Hawaiian shirt next week. And the answer to the question. So Roger, are you still with us? Keith? if Keith is still with us, Roger, I know he was on at the beginning, but it's a long night, so I don't begrudge anybody that wasn't with us the whole night. But he actually guessed correctly, and I'll tell you what that is in a moment. Let's quickly go through, and we're not going to do our dice rolling tonight for sake of time. We're just going to hit this one time. Whoever pops up as the winner, you're going to get this Mike Disney Overgourd print tonight. And thank you very much. Okay, Roger. You did guess correctly, and now the PCs don't know this, right? So this is meta knowledge. This is OOC. You were able to figure out pretty easily. She was a ranger. She talked about her favorite class. She's got the bow, but you may have been able to guess by this bond that she appears to have with this wolf. Roger, which do you think was the correct title you put in our Discord? And while you're our class, and while you're doing that, I am going to go ahead and kick off the Nightbot here and see who has won this Overgourd giveaway. Let me find out which one of these windows it is that I have open among all of them. And there we go. Wait a minute. I didn't close that, did I? No, I couldn't have been that dumb. It's got to be here somewhere. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. Oh, there it is. It's up there.
And Roger put in his guess.
Okay, and his guess was Beastmaster. That is right. A classic movie, 1982. It is cheesy, but it is also good. It's D&D cheesy. If you've never watched Beastmaster, it is worth a watch, and that is a subclass of Ranger, and she is, in fact, that. And, of course, the players don't know that, but all of you guys do now. And I'm going to let you watch live as I roll on the Nightbot here. You guys can all see how this works. I've shown this once before. So here's the Nightbot. We've got all the entrants in here. If you haven't yet, I'll give you one more minute. Type ! Disney. That's capital D-I-S-N-E-Y, ! Disney. Do not miss tomorrow night's LMA, Lore Masters Arcanum, will start at 5:30. We're joined by the ever-mysterious Tim, and we're talking part 2 of Death and Dismemberment of Players, or as we called it more tamely, critical hits and, systems and balance and all those kinds of things. And it's going to be a fun night. I'm really looking forward to that. And we'll give you just another second. We got several joining. While all of these are getting into the giveaway, if you've been watching tonight and you're not a follower, but you love the role play, maybe you thought the minis were pretty cool, maybe the DM didn't tick you off too badly, and you're not a follower, or if you're a follower and you're not a sub, we have one question for you tonight. What are you doing? Come on, give us a follow, give us a sub over here at Blue Box, and to all, thank you to all of you that gave tonight. So many bits, so many cheers, so many subs, such great chat. The Mad Chatters are the best chatters. Join our Discord if you're not in our Discord. And here we go with the roll. The winner tonight is, of the Mike Disney print, Extort. Are you still with us, Mitch?
Yeah.
He is. He's right there. Oh, this is outstanding, Extort. Congratulations. We're so glad that you won tonight. And, of course, if you don't know, Extort, he's actually the one, I believe, that pulled everything together for Jay with the shield that we all pitched in to get Jay for his 45th anniversary. And so congratulations, my friend. Well-deserved. And we'll get out this Mike Disney Overgourd print. Roger, I owe you something. And so let's see. I'm going to get Roger. Let's chat in Discord. Let me figure out which Blue Box swag you don't have that you want, and I will get that to you. Again, thank you everyone for the long night. Thank you players for slogging through a solid 3.5 hours of gaming tonight on a weeknight with work coming. Hopefully no one lost jobs or spouses this evening. And before we go, I want to let the players, any final words or comments to the fans or anything else you want to say before we go?
We're doing MVP.
Oh yeah, Stream MVP. Yes, real quick. Real quick. Stream MVP. Let's go around the 4 of them and tell us why you should be MVP. And we're going to start with Brim.
Brim, I feel like Brim should be Stream MVP just because of all the talking to the different members of the group, trying to keep them together and trying to remind them that the trust and the love of one another, and just very much trying to get on a level with everyone, and the more emotional side of Brim tonight.
Yeah, well
Who
done.
are the 4 I'm putting on the list, John, since you said 4?
Everybody but Shorewin.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Lilith.
Lilith should be Stream MVP for her wifely sass to her husband, to kill him if the Giants did not kill him first. Just her normal concern for her group, her loss of Millie, and always just staying true to Millie no matter what, always just being cautious. When Yolanda came Yolanda came and not Yolanda.
It's gonna stick. I like it.
Now it's like what is that thing that they call?
Earworm.
No, not earworm. The Mandela effect, which
Yeah,
you say it
yeah.
wrong, and then all of a sudden now I have Yolanda stuck in my head. When she kind of came, just kind of being very cautious of where she was in the stance to Millie's body, being just being her through itself with a good boy, turning into Lilith Horse for absolutely no reason at all, and that's
Well done. Outstanding. And the poll will go up in just a minute, but great job tonight, as always, Vivi. Let's go to Rory. Why should you be Stream MVP?
Kind of the tension between myself and Shorewin that has been growing over the last couple of days, and just the misconception, but still being played out, even though I know the difference.
Right.
And then...
Merely acting.
I mean, babushka, you know?
Oh, where is it?
All right.
Yolanda Babushka.
Well done. All right. And tell us why Ilanda should be Stream MVP.
Elandra should be Stream MVP because she brought in the best boy, she helped everyone escape potential splattering by 2 very large frost giants, and was doing the best that she could to help these people who were dealing with a lot of grief at this time in their lives.
Well done. And there will be the new artwork for both Ilandra and for Phineas. You'll see that next week on stream. And while you will not see Shorewin next week on stream, do not think that's the last time you've seen Shorewin. And do not think you're losing Terry. Terry is absolutely married to the fans and the players.
He's married to Lilith. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
And he
Terry,
not Terry. Shorewin.
And he tolerates the DM with minimal
Polls up,
disdain.
by the way, guys.
All right, so the poll is up. Please vote for your Stream MVP. They get 1,000 experience points. And while we're getting ready to count that up and do the raid, any other final comments or questions from the players or from the fans? Anybody that's got a question, pop it in the chat.
Please stop killing my friends.
Stop killing your friends, yeah. Well, you saw the voodoo doll that Pat Draws did. Oh, I forgot. I have a couple pieces of Pat Draws art to show. And I know he was one that was getting in trouble with how late this went, so he's probably not on anymore, but I still want to show this to you. So in the chat today, on our Discord, which you want to be on our Discord, first of all, we had New Girl. And very much a talk to the hand mentality that she was showing at points today. And then new artwork of the DM. So you had Glitter Bomb John a few weeks ago. That was fun. This is the one we got tonight. It is the Reaper. So John Reaper has
Looks just like him,
a
too.
moment of reflection. I never had a rep as being a killer before. I don't know where this is coming from. So
I want to frame that.
yeah, that is fantastic. And just thank you, everybody. Mark Views, all the stuff you put in. It's just everybody, all the fan art. It's great. Whether you're talented or not, we love just the fun of it and what you guys put in there. In the Discord, there's great role play that's happening. For example, people were guessing the new character class for Evelyn's character this week. That's how Keith or Roger is wound up getting a bit of swag. In our Fort Von Frost chat, we've got text-based role play that's happening for our Sunday campaign, which has been a lot of fun. So get in that Discord and participate. There's all kinds of fun conversations. And we got a strong vote tonight. A lot of people weighing in on the vote. We have just a few seconds left. It's pretty evenly spread with the exception of Brim is in a bit of a lead. Ilandra, the newcomer, is close behind in second. And now Lilith takes a 1-vote lead on Gimbal. And Brim's still strong in the lead.
Because he's a half ogre.
Why are you going to cut the short guy short?
Blame Tim. I like blaming Tim. Tim is a good one to blame. Umber Hulks are good to
blame Tim so that
Umber Hulks are good to blame.
I just have to be above Lilith. I don't have to win. Just above Lilith.
Well, you're tied. You're tied with Lilith right now. So
I know.
let's see here.
Come on.
There can be only one.
There can
Get more
be
for
only.
Limbo.
This is the way. And Stream MVP is Brim. And Ilandra was second place. Well done, Brim. That's 1,000 experience points for you. Thank you, everybody. We're going to go ahead and we're going to raid our friends over at Praetor's Rejects. And they do a neat kind of virtual tabletop style, so it's a little bit different than what we do here at Blue Box, but it's really cool and fun. And let me see if is my raid happening. Oh, there we go. Let me try it again. I think I waited too long that first time.
There's one new raid.
Okay, good. And we did it. All right, and this is Blue Box signing off as we fare thee well, Millie
Hi, guys.
Von Toth.